Chapter 1043. Clotocatax scratched his head with his hand and showed a rare childish expression. He said that I did a good job, but I need to be careful, because father has also replied to me. Assists laughed heartily and said, "You guys came to me in a hurry just now. I didn't even have time to eat dinner. Since today is the first day of the new year, you can accompany me for dinner. Then we can discuss how to hold the fishing competition tomorrow while we eat. I have decided that you will be responsible for organizing this matter." Me. Clotocatax was a little surprised. "You don't have confidence?" Assists looked at him with a faint smile. "No problem." Clotocatax immediately responded. The two new negotiation conditions from Dionia shocked Oceladon. He did not dare to continue the negotiations. He said that the matter needed to be discussed and decided by the Senate. Without a moment's delay, he returned to Carthage by boat. However, he did not immediately report the matter to the Senate. Instead, he first reported it to Hanno. That night, Taipanlak and several other important Hanoverian senators arrived at Hanno's mansion one after another. When Oceladon repeated the situation of his negotiation with the Dionia in Sicily, everyone's face became solemn. "Lord Hanno, the Dionia have put forward such harsh negotiation conditions. This is a provocation to us. We must not agree to it. If the Dionia force us, we will stop the negotiations." The first to speak was Drevika. He was the most active supporter of Hanno's inland expansion policy. Of course, he had also received a friendly gift from Hanno, allowing his family to occupy a large piece of land near Thevest, a town in eastern Namibia, inland south of Carthage. "If we don't negotiate, then the people of Dionia can continue to destroy our remaining troops in Sicily and occupy the entire western part of Sicily for themselves. Then they can regroup their troops, land in Africa, and attack us, Carthage. It's not that we want to negotiate, but the enemy is strong and we're weak. The situation is grim, and we have no choice but to negotiate." Samos sighed with a gloomy expression. He was the Hanoverian who was the most proficient in military affairs after Monty Adler. Now he led thousands of Carthage militia and was stationed in eastern Namibia, suppressing rebellions and stabilizing order. This time he was specially called back, which showed how much Hanno valued him. "The Dionia want Corsica, Sardinia, and western Sicily. Now you want southern Iberia, and you want us to return the land of Namibia. If we all agree, will we be able to satisfy the people of Dionia? No! Our weakness will only fuel their greed. Not only will they add new conditions for negotiation, but they will even send an army to land in Africa and threaten us, Carthage. Since the situation is so bad, why don't we be more forceful? Instead, it will make the people of Dionia wary." Drevika retorted. Hanno listened to the debate between the two and did not express his opinion. He turned his head and asked, "Tepemako, what's your opinion?" Tepemako pondered and said, "The key issue now is that we first have to determine if the people of Dionia really want to negotiate with us. If they do, then we will try our best to negotiate with them, hoping to finally get a truce agreement that is not bad for us. If not, then we have to prepare for war with all our might and prepare to defend against the invasion of the Dionysian army in Africa." After listening, Hanno looked at Ockradin again. "You and the people of Dionia have been negotiating for a while. Based on your judgment, do the people of Dionia want to negotiate, or do they not want to negotiate?" This question carried a lot of weight, and Ockradin did not answer immediately. He pondered for a while before saying, "During the time I was negotiating with the people of Dionia, I only met their king once at the very beginning. His attitude towards me was still considered friendly. After that, I asked to meet him several times, but I was rejected. I think it was not because his anger towards Carthage was growing, but because he wanted to negotiate with Carthage. He was worried that under my request he would rashly make a decision and interfere with the plan of the negotiators of Dionia. Secondly, I deliberately provoked the negotiators of Dionia several times, and even threatened to stop the negotiations and let the people of Carthage prepare for war with Dionia with all their might. However, when I appeared in the negotiation room the next day, the negotiators of Dionia were still waiting there. Although they were mocking us, they still allowed the negotiations to continue. According to my observation, the negotiators of Dionia were a very arrogant person, but the fact that they were able to endure it showed that they were looking forward to the negotiations. However, it was understandable that the people of Dionia wanted to gain more from the negotiations, just as we wanted to give less in the negotiations. Therefore, during the negotiations, we were all watching the development of the war. Unfortunately, Brother Margot failed, and the people of Dionia had a greater advantage. Of course, they wanted to gain more. Moreover, from my conversation with the negotiators of Dionia, I found out that the people of Dionia did not pay a great price to defeat the army led by Brother Margot this time. I have carefully observed the soldiers of Dionia, and all of them were arrogant. They did not look tired at all. The faces of the people in the room changed. After a while, Tepenlako reluctantly said, "Maybe they deliberately put on a show for you and then put pressure on you." Stupid Brother Margot. He is the sinner of Carthage. Drevika scolded angrily. Hanno, who was usually at loggerheads with the Maginid family in the Senate, did not reprimand Brother Margot. Instead, he sighed worriedly and said, "Drevika, what you said before was right. The greed of the people of Dionia can be changed. Perhaps the previous king of Dionia did have the intention to negotiate, but as the difference in strength between the two sides grows, it is inevitable that they will have other ideas. Looking at the current situation, we must admit that the people of Dionia have an absolute advantage in both the navy and the land. We must first find a way to strengthen the military of Carthage City and dispel the idea of Dionia annihilating us. Samos, do you have any suggestions for this?" Samos hesitated and did not answer for a while. Look at the situation now. If you have something to say, just say it. Hanno was getting impatient. "Sir Hanno, then I will say it." Samos decided to go all out and said directly, "The army of Sicily has suffered a crushing defeat, and the entire sea is completely sealed by the navy of Dionia. The remaining troops on the island have no hope of escaping, and will eventually surrender to the people of Dionia. Now that the people of Dionia have put forward such harsh conditions for negotiation, they will not release the captives before an agreement is reached. Once the people of Dionia solve the problem of Sicily and land in Africa, they will launch an attack on Carthage City. How many soldiers can we organize to defend Carthage City? How much food do we have to ensure that Carthage City can last longer under the siege of the Dionysian army? How much foreign aid do we have to help us when Carthage is in danger?" Samos's question made the faces of several people in the room change drastically. As this year's Sophie, Ockerdon coughed a few times and reluctantly said in a comforting manner, "The young and strong citizens of Carthage suffered a lot of casualties after they first landed in Sicily with Montenegro. Since then, Margot has forced us to recruit more than 10,000 public militias. They are now trapped in Sicily. At the same time, there are nearly 8,000 citizens stationed in Namibia under your command. If the city wants to forcibly recruit more, I am afraid that we can only organize more than 4,000 people at most, including the elderly and young people. Although Carthage is the most prosperous city-state in the Western Mediterranean and seems to have a large population, in fact, there are not many real citizens. Most of them are slaves, especially the Namibians. The Phoenicians are only a small race in the entire Mediterranean. So for hundreds of years, although they're more civilized and technologically advanced than the Greeks, they have basically been at a disadvantage in the migratory conflicts in the Western Mediterranean. This is the main reason. Due to the blockade of the Dionysian fleet, most of the military rations we have collected from Namibia and the allies for the Sicilian army have not been delivered. It is enough for the people of our city to eat for more than 3 months. Don't forget that the people also have food in their homes. It will not be a problem to hold on for half a year under the siege of the Dionia. As for the foreign aid you mentioned, the entire Phoenician city-state of Africa is the help of our Carthage. The Dionysian army will not be able to move an inch on this land. Ockerdon's comfort obviously did not work. Samos still looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "Although the city of Carthage has lagoons and hills as barriers, for 1,000 people are not enough to resist the attack of the Dionia. We should transfer the 8,000 soldiers stationed in Namibia to strengthen the city's defense. In addition, I do not agree with what Sir Aucredon just said about the Phoenician allies being our help. I think the Phoenician allies in Africa will be our burden. Most of their young and middle-aged citizens have been transferred to Sicily. Once the Dionysian army really lands in Africa, the Phoenician allies will not be able to protect themselves and may turn to us for help. When that time comes, should we send reinforcements? If we send reinforcements, not only will it weaken our already weak defense, but it will also put the reinforcements in danger of being attacked by the Dionysian army at any time. If we don't send them, will the Phoenician allies still trust us? Maybe they will directly turn to the Dionia." And Literature Museum. Chapter 1044. Samos looked at Hanno and said frankly, "Sir Hanno, we must consider giving up on Namibia for now. Carthage's consecutive defeats have given the tribes in eastern Namibia hope to break away from our rule. The reason I can still manage to deal with their rebellion is that most of the young men of the tribes have been transferred to Sicily. I'm afraid they are now captives of the Dionia. If I were the commander of the Dionia and wanted to attack Carthage, I would definitely win over these Namibians and make them the support of the Dionysian army. You're just trying to scare us. It took us, the Carthaginians, decades of time, money, and manpower to conquer Namibia. How can we just give it up like that?" Drevika roared angrily. "Sigh, Samos is right. We should face reality." Hanno sighed heavily. His face was filled with pain as he slowly said in a heavy tone, "Drevika, once the Dionia attack Carthage, will the 8,000 militia still be able to stay in Namibia? It's better to call them back. As long as we can defend Carthage, there's still a chance to reclaim Namibia's land in the future. Besides, we can also negotiate with the surrounding Phoenician allies. When the Dionysian army attacks Africa, they can temporarily hide in Carthage. This way, we can play the role of the leader of the alliance and ensure their safety. At the same time, we will have more defensive forces. Sir Hanno, that's a good idea, but this will increase our food consumption." Samos reminded, "Will our Phoenician allies hide in Carthage empty-handed? Can't we remind them to move all the food in their city to our city?" Tepenlako reminded. Samos looked a little embarrassed. He had been too anxious and had forgotten about this. Hanno continued, "We can also send messengers to Tyre and ask for help from our mother country. We can plead with them to let Persia intervene in this war." "Persia." The eyes of the others lit up. Tepenlak immediately asked, "Will Persia agree to this invitation?" "I heard that the king of Persia doesn't like Dionia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the East Phoenician fleet to come under the banner of Persia. Ensuring the safety of Carthage in the western Mediterranean will only bring benefits to Persia. I believe that the king of Persia will make the right choice," Hanno said confidently. "With the pressure from Persia, I believe that Dionia will have to seriously consider the issue of a truce. Maybe we can even use this to fight for more benefits in the negotiations." Drevika finally smiled. Aucredon, on the other hand, seemed a little worried. He reminded, "I think King Dionia is a tough man. He ignored our protests and chose to go to war with Rome. And according to the intelligence, Dionia has also formed an alliance with Egypt. Doesn't Dionia know that Egypt is now a mortal enemy of Persia? It can be seen that the people of Dionia are not like the Greeks. They are very afraid of Persia. We can borrow the strength of Persia, but we can't rely too much on it. You are right, Aucredon. Persia is still too far away from the western Mediterranean. The possibility of them sending reinforcements like Tyre is very small. The people of Dionia can be fearless, but at least it will put pressure on them." At this point, Hanno fell into deep thought. After a while, he finally made up his mind and said in a low voice, "Since you've concluded that the people of Dionia are willing to negotiate, we can continue to make concessions in the negotiations while strengthening the security of Carthage city. When the benefits of the negotiations exceed the possible losses of war, the people of Dionia will choose to sign a peace treaty with us. Corsica, Sardinia, and western Sicily have fallen into the control of the people of Dionia, and it is impossible to take them back. They can be used as bargaining chips and given up when necessary. Gades, Huelva, and Malaga in the south of Iberia. They are an important driving force for the rise of our Carthage, and they are also the only source of precious metal trade after we lose Corsica and Sardinia, so we must not hand them over to the people of Dionia, but the other territories in the south of Iberia, we can give them up when necessary. At this point, Hanno suddenly became angry. He said loudly, "Delevica, you are right. Mago is a sinner of Carthage. His brother Chimilco is also a sinner of Carthage. Chimilco provoked a war in Sicily more than 10 years ago, but he suffered a crushing defeat, which seriously damaged the national strength of Carthage. When the war between Dionia and Syracuse broke out, we, Carthage, could only watch from the sidelines. In the end, we had to sign an agreement with Dionia to maintain peace. And this time Mago's incompetence ruined our 100,000 troops and put Carthage in such a dangerous situation. The Maganid family must be severely punished by the Senate. The land they conquered in Iberia, said to be for the benefit of the people of Carthage, has actually become the territory of the Maganid family. They do not listen to the orders of the Senate and do not accept the officials sent by the Senate. Instead of this, it is better to use the southern part of Iberia as a bargaining chip and give it to the people of Dionia at the right time. This can not only increase the chance of success in the peace talks, but also maintain the stability and unity of Carthage. Hanno completely blamed the Maganid family for the reason that Carthage fell into such a dangerous situation today. In fact, he was covering up his mistake of being too lenient with Dionia for more than 10 years and not strictly restricting it. For Tepinlaco and Ochradin, because they belonged to the Hanoverian faction, they had no objection to Hanno's decision because they had not gained any benefits from the southern part of Iberia before. Samos had his own views on this because, through the previous war report, he believed that there were a large number of high-quality soldiers in the southern part of Iberia, and they should be retained as much as possible. But he did not say this out loud. After all, he was not a pure soldier. He was the elder of the Hanoverian faction. Saying such words at this particular time would only arouse Hanno's suspicion. At this time, Hanno happened to look at him, causing his heart to jump. Did Hanno see through my thoughts? Samos is right. Now we don't have enough troops to keep the land in Namibia. Why don't we just agree to this condition of Dionia? When our strength is restored, we can take it back again. Anyway, the land is there and it can't run away. Hanno's tone of voice seemed relaxed, but several people present could feel the pain in his heart. After all, it was he who raised the banner of marching inland and gathered many elites of Carthage around him. For more than 10 years, he led the citizens of Carthage and seized a large amount of land in eastern Namibia to consolidate his leadership position in the Senate and his reputation among the people, but now everything was gone. Thinking of this, everyone present looked gloomy. The next day, the Hanoverian elders, who had reached a consensus, passed one resolution after another at the meeting. Recall 8,000 militia, carry out war mobilization again in the city, send envoys to discuss with the surrounding Phoenician allies, and send envoys to Tyre in the eastern Mediterranean. However, when the two negotiating conditions of ceding southern Iberia and returning the Namibian land were put forward, it immediately caused an uproar. Most of the elders of the Maganid faction and the neutral faction firmly opposed it. They cursed the greed of the people of Dionia and denounced the Hanoverians for betraying their country. The Senate fell into a fierce quarrel and could not come up with a unified opinion. At this time, the situation of the war in Sicily was becoming clearer. On the third day after the Battle of Serenus, the people of Segesta quietly sent envoys to Serenus and took the initiative to surrender. It turned out that among the tens of thousands of defeated soldiers who fled into the city of Segesta, most of them were citizens of Carthage. They regarded themselves as the new masters of Segesta. Not only did they forcibly occupy the houses of the Segesta people, rob them of their food, but they also ordered them around as slaves. The people of Segesta were miserable, so they conspired with the Dionysian army and quietly opened the city gates at night. They worked together from the inside and outside and quickly pacified the defeated soldiers. Back then, Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse, led the army to besiege Segesta for more than half a year, but he still failed to conquer Segesta. Now that the tenacious people of Segesta had obediently surrendered to Dionia, this undoubtedly boosted the morale of the soldiers of Dionia. Then, 2 days later, Mazara also opened the city gates to the army of Dionia. It turned out that the defeated soldiers who fled into Mazara were under Hasdrubal's control. At first, their situation was much better than that of Segesta. However, this group of defeated soldiers was mainly composed of Fano infantry, Iberian infantry, Lusitanian warriors, and Celtic warriors. Most of them were natives of Iberia. They were either subdued by Margot's military might or attracted by the generous remuneration, which was why they participated in this war. Now, not only did they not get any benefits, but they were also in a difficult situation because of Carthage's crushing defeat. Naturally, they had other thoughts in their hearts. However, Hasdrubal, who wanted to regroup, did not realize the psychological changes of these natives. Instead, he acted according to the previous military law and severely punished a few Lusitanian warriors who robbed the people of Mazara's food. Originally, he wanted to make an example of them and clean up their military records, but this intensified the conflict, causing the natives of Iberia to mutiny. In the end, Hasdrubal completely lost control of the army. The foreign soldiers respected him as a brave warrior and only captured him as a captive, not killing him. Literature Library. Chapter 1045. The rebellious indigenous warriors occupied the city of Mazara. While looting the entire city, they sent people to negotiate with Dionia. They proposed that as long as Dionia sent them back to Iberia, they would no longer be enemies with Dionia, and they would offer the city of Mazara. The Devers' reply was quite unyielding. They had no right to negotiate with him. Unless they surrendered immediately and unconditionally, their corpses would not be able to return to their homeland, even after death. The response of the Devers made the Iberian indigenous warriors angry and afraid. They wanted to kill to dispel the fear in their hearts. Therefore, the looting in the city of Mazara turned into a massacre. The people of Mazara rose up to resist, but how could they be a match for these fierce indigenous warriors? They were about to become ghosts under their blades, who knew that a group of Lusitanians and Celts would have a conflict because of fighting for food. The conflict quickly turned into a fight, and the fight quickly turned into a chaotic battle. The Celts, Lusitanians, Iberians, and Philo infantry were not under the same command when they were under Mago's command. Their treatment was also different, and there were some conflicts in the first place. Now, in order to obtain more food so that their own people could have a better chance of survival, they did not hesitate to attack the other races. All the races in the city were involved in this chaotic battle, and there was no way to stop it. Throughout the day, the screams and sounds of fighting in the city never stopped, and the sound could be heard for 10 miles. The scouts of Dionia had long reported the news of the civil strife in the city of Mazara to the Devers. The Devers rejected the suggestion of their generals to send troops to intervene, and only let the scouts continue to monitor the situation. When night fell, the city of Mazara was already filled with rivers of blood, and corpses were everywhere. Because it was dark, the various forces had no choice but to stop fighting, and each occupied a corner of the city, on guard against each other. The weaker Philo infantry naturally gathered with the remaining Mazarans, occupied the port, and began to plot to surrender to Dionia. At dawn the next day, the Iberian natives woke up from their sleep and were shocked to discover that tens of thousands of soldiers in black armor had appeared in the city. They were greatly shocked and suspected that the other party had secretly opened the city gates to let the Dionysian army in. However, the truth was that the people of Mazara took a speedboat from the port and rushed to Serenus. They tearfully asked the Devers for help and were willing to let Mazara join the kingdom of Dionia. Only then did the Devers order the Sicilian fleet to urgently transport 2 legions of soldiers, and under the cover of the night, they landed at Port Missouri. Yesterday's chaotic battle had already caused many casualties among the Iberian natives. Now, the Dionysian army had already appeared in the city, and outside the city, the bugles sounded long and loud, causing smoke and dust to billow. No matter how fierce the Iberian natives were, they had already fallen into a hopeless situation and had no choice but to surrender in the end. Segesta and Missouri surrendered one after another, and Carthage's 100,000-strong army was also completely destroyed. The Devers immediately let Segesta and Missouri send messengers to Lux to persuade him to surrender. Arius, the Phoenician religious center of Sicily, had no choice but to open his doors to Dionia. After Arius surrendered, the Devers led the main force into Lille, the military fortress built by Carthage. In the governor's mansion, he once again held a military meeting. Except for the absence of the 9th Legion commander, Tecphenos, who was far away in Sardinia, all the high-ranking generals of Dionia who participated in the war attended the meeting. Even the 7th Legion commander, Xanthippus, who was stationed in Palermo's, which was relatively far away, rushed over. "Your Majesty, congratulations on winning the war in Sicily. You led the army to conquer the entire island and completely drove the people of Carthage out, creating a brilliant record that no one has ever achieved before." As soon as the meeting began, Tormid led all the high-ranking generals to congratulate the Devers in unison. This was obviously beyond the expectations of the Devers. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the generals. He saw the excitement on the faces of Tormid, Matones, Olivers, Lazuru, Trotyras, and Xanapparus, the smiles on the faces of Alexis, Printos, and Epicthenes, the regret on the face of Amintes, and the calmness on the face of Leotychides. Finally, his eyes fell on Henneborus, who was next to him. The court clerk seemed to be covering his mouth and snickering because of the surprise on the faces of the Devers. After a moment, the Devers said with a solemn expression, "This victory does not belong to me alone. It also belongs to you outstanding generals, to our brave soldiers, and to all the people of Dionia who have contributed their strength to this war. Without your outstanding command, without the soldiers fighting hard, without the people's full efforts, there would not be today's glorious victory. Here, I would also like to congratulate you, and at the same time, express my gratitude to you." With that, he gave a military salute to the generals present in an extremely solemn manner. Seeing this scene, the generals were stunned at first. Then they all stood at attention and returned the salute. Seeing that all of them seemed to be touched by his words, the Devers hurriedly waved his hand again, eased his tone, and said, "Sit down, all of you. If others see us standing like this, I'm afraid they won't think that we are celebrating victory, but that we have encountered a strong enemy and are preparing to fight to the death." Everyone laughed. Even Henneborus joked, "Your Majesty, now in the Western Mediterranean, there is no city-state or race that dares to wage war against us. Dionia." These words made everyone present smile proudly. The Devers also smiled slightly, but did not respond. After everyone sat down, he said with a serious expression, "You made a small mistake just now. We did not completely conquer Sicily Island. There are still rebels of Syracuse on Ortygia Island. Of course, they are no longer worthy of our attention. However, this war with Carthage is far from over. On the land of Africa across the sea, the rich people of Carthage may be desperately consuming the treasury in order to hire more soldiers, build more warships, and continue this war. Therefore, now is not the time to celebrate victory. We cannot give the people of Carthage any chance to breathe. We must seize the time and land on Africa and completely defeat Carthage. At that time, we can finally relax and cheer for our victory." After listening to the words of the Devers, the eyes of the generals became eager, and their expressions became more excited. Fighting across the sea and conquering Carthage, this would be the greatest glory. Looking at these generals who were eager to fight, Divers had a solemn expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Since the outbreak of the war, in order to provide enough military supplies for our huge army, so that the soldiers can fight without worries, the kingdom has exhausted its treasury. The finances of all departments are tight, and the people are also frugal. Even the food that has just been collected after the autumn harvest is about to be used up. Now we are going to fight across the sea, farther away from the kingdom, and the materials we need to consume will be more. With the current financial situation of the kingdom, it is impossible to support such a large army, so the number of soldiers sent will not be too many, and I do not intend to go with the army. Fortunately, most of the military forces of Carthage have been destroyed by us in Sicily, and it is impossible to organize a strong army in a short period of time. Moreover, we have formed an alliance with the East and West Namibians. When the time comes, their army will go to Africa together and fight alongside our army. Therefore, although we are only sending a part of the army to fight, we still have a great advantage." At this time, in the eyes of the Devers, the generals had different expressions, but more or less revealed a desire to become the commander of the expedition against Carthage. The Devers did not give them more time to prepare and ask for battle. After a short pause, he immediately gave the order. "Now, I appoint Alexis as the commander, leading the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, and Legio III on an expedition against Carthage." As soon as the order was given, some of the generals had an, as expected, look on their faces. Although some of the generals were unwilling, they did not dare to raise any objections. Over the years, Alexis, who had rarely taken the initiative to ask for battle and had become more and more indifferent to glory, immediately stood up. Her face showed a rare expression of excitement, and she said with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, I will fight bravely with the brothers who are going to the expedition, and conquer Carthage as soon as possible to repay your trust." The Devers nodded and did not say any more words of encouragement. He looked straight at her and said in a deep voice again, "Time is of the essence. You only have 2 days to prepare for the expedition. 2 days later, take the ship to Africa." "Yes, Your Majesty." Alexis, Amintes, Matones, and Lazaru responded one after another. Olivers. "Ah, yes." Sextus. "Yes." "Recently, I have received a battle report from Tegthinus. The 9th Legion he leads has continuously attacked many Phoenician city-states on Sardinia Island, but because he has to station troops in each captured city-state, he currently does not have enough troops to attack the largest city-state on Sardinia Island, Calaris. Calaris is now gathering the last resistance forces on Sardinia Island, so Tegthinus has asked me for help. I have decided to send Legio IV and Rome's reserve troops to Sardinia." At this point, the Devers looked at Olivers and reminded him in a euphemistic tone, "In order to avoid excessive consumption of resources, we must end the war in Sardinia as soon as possible. Tegthinus has been fighting there for 2 months and is already familiar with the situation there. He also knows the enemy very well, so he will temporarily be the commander. You must listen to his command and do your best to help him conquer Calaris, occupy the entire island, and make Sardinia the territory of Dionia." Chapter 1046. Olivers had originally thought that he wouldn't be able to fight a battle, but the Devers' orders made him overjoyed. Although he was a little disappointed that he couldn't be a commander, the Devers had specially explained it to him, which straightened out his mood. He immediately said solemnly, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I will cooperate well with Tegthinos and complete the attack on Sardinia as soon as possible." As a newcomer to the Dionysian army, Sextus naturally had no objections. After the 2 generals received their orders, the other generals who didn't have any missions saw hope. However, the Devers looked at them and said calmly, "The 7th Legion needs to be temporarily stationed in Lilybae, Mazara, Selinus, and Palermos to stabilize the order of the entire western region. The 10th Legion and the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade will stay in Lilybae as reserve troops, ready to respond to sudden emergencies. Legio VI, the 8th Legion, the Lucania Reserve Legion, and the 3 cavalry legions can be disbanded first. allowing the soldiers who have fought for a year to return home. At the same time, it will ease the shortage of military supplies. However, you and the other Legion commanders can't go home for the time being. You must stay in your respective barracks. Once you receive the order, you must gather the soldiers as soon as possible and rush to the designated battlefield. Does everyone understand? Understood, Your Majesty. No matter how disappointed they were, no general dared to express any objections. Your Majesty, what about the Navy? Securian couldn't help but ask. How can the Navy not be part of the attack on Carthage on the other side of the sea? The Devers' expression was still serious. Not only will the Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet have to escort the expeditionary army safely to Africa, but you will also be responsible for the safety of the transport fleet in the future. In addition, from today onwards, the Navy doesn't need to patrol the western waters anymore. Instead, their target will be the Carthage waters. They will block the Carthage port, intercept the ships of Carthage and its allies, and land and harass our enemies. At the same time, they will actively cooperate with Alexis' army until the end of the war. This is the Navy's mission. It's very hard. Can you accept it? Doesn't this highlight the importance of the Navy? It's better to have something to do than to be idle. The Sicilian fleet is happy to accept this mission. Securian laughed heartily as he deliberately glanced at the corps commanders who were about to return home and put on a smug look, making Eptines and the others want to beat him up. Compared to Securian, Middle-Lades' reply was much more serious. Your Majesty, the Third Fleet will definitely complete the mission. Devers turned a blind eye to Securian's little farce and looked at the Sicilian commander who had been quiet all this while. Process, you still have one more mission. After returning to the east, Ostia Island will still be your responsibility. It no longer has any impact on the entire war, so I won't set a deadline for conquering it. But I want you to minimize the consumption of resources and casualties of soldiers as much as possible. Can you do that? I'll try my best, Your Majesty, Leotychides replied calmly. Everyone, now that you understand your respective tasks, please return immediately and carry them out seriously. Alexis, stay here for now. This military meeting was so short because the Devers didn't want to give the generals any time to bargain after giving their orders. Only Alexis was left in the hall. The Devers asked softly, What do you think about landing on Africana and attacking Carthage city? Although Alexis had just received the order after the Battle of Serenus, Sicily was basically in the kingdom's pocket. As long as the war wasn't over, landing on Africana and attacking Carthage city was expected. Alexis, Leotychides, and the other high-ranking generals were already thinking about the next step of the attack. This was also one of the reasons why they were able to obtain such high positions in the Dionysian army. So, Alexis said calmly, Your Majesty, do you have a map of Africana? The Devers immediately asked Tenneborus to bring the map and put it on the table. Alexis stepped forward, looked at the map attentively, and then said solemnly, 3 legions plus Namibian cavalry and infantry. The number of soldiers is estimated to be more than 50,000. It's very large. I've seen the battle report of Your Majesty leading the army to land in Latin. You spent almost a day, and even the First Legion and Legio, 3 landed first to stop the Rome's attack. Only then did the entire army safely set foot on the land of Latin. From this, it can be seen that landing is a time-consuming, labor-intensive, and risky military operation. And this time, half of the landing troops are Namibians. They haven't gone through strict training and have never fought side by side with us. Once they encounter an attack from Carthage's people, they are likely to panic and not listen to orders. Not only can they not be of help to our army, but they will also become a burden or even a hidden danger. So, I hope that our army and the Namibian army don't land at the same time. It'll be done in 2 batches. I'll lead 3 legions to land first and set up camp. On the second day, we'll transport the Namibians over. This will not only improve the efficiency of the landing, but also ensure safety. After listening to this, The Devers secretly praised Alexis. It seems that my previous appointment has not gone to her head. She still remains calm. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, I agree with your suggestion. We can land in 2 batches. Where do you think the landing site should be chosen? Alexis had already thought about it. She then said, although we destroyed Carthage's 100,000 troops in Sicily, I think they still have some strength. If we land near Carthage, they will definitely attack us frantically, which may lead to our failure to land. And if the landing site is too far away from Carthage, it may give the Carthage people enough time to defend. Moreover, I heard that the coast to the west of Carthage is crisscrossed with mountains and hills. This will make it difficult for the landing troops to march to Carthage city. So, the landing site I chose is here. The Devers looked at the place where he was pointing. It was Hadrumetum, the Phoenician city that had once housed the East Phoenician fleet and was later raided and burned by the Sicilian fleet. This was also the landing site that the Devers had envisioned, but he was not surprised. After all, Hadrumetum was indeed a very ideal landing site. The city was located on a long, flat beach, which could accommodate the landing of a large army. The nearby Phoenician city-states were relatively weak and not enough to pose any threat to the landing troops of Dionia. Moreover, it was more than 100 miles away from Carthage, neither too far nor too close. Moreover, it was along the coast, and the terrain was flat and conducive for marching. In addition, the Sicilian fleet had raided there before and was relatively familiar with the sea conditions and geographical environment there. Alexis was one of the best generals in the kingdom of Dionia. It was natural for her to choose Hadrumetum. I agree with your opinion. The Devers nodded and muttered, Alexis, as long as our army can stand firm in Africa and fight steadily, it is only a matter of time before we defeat Carthage. However, I have some ideas on how to deal with Carthage. Please listen to them first. Although the Devers spoke politely, Alexis immediately returned to her seat and said seriously, Your Majesty, please speak. The Devers explained in detail what he had said to Henoborus before, and emphasized at the end, Of course, the war is not something we can control. Sometimes the situation changes far beyond our expectations. As the frontline commander, you can make the most appropriate move according to the actual situation at the time. I said all this just to let you know what to do. Alexis pondered for a while before responding seriously. I understand, Your Majesty. I will try my best to make the war develop in this direction. This was one of the reasons why the Devers chose Alexis as the expedition commander. Alexis had a political mind. She could think and solve some political problems while commanding the war, unlike Amyntas, who only thought about war. In fact, after careful observation, the Devers found that although Leotychides was obsessed with the study of war and was not good at communicating with others, he did not only know how to fight. For example, a few years ago, when he led the army to pacify the Sycir people and when he first attacked West Sicily, some of the political measures he adopted were quite good. But this time, the Devers did not choose him as the commander because he was too inexperienced and didn't have enough prestige to suppress the high-ranking generals who were unwilling to accept him. Before you leave, do you have any requests that I can help with? The Devers asked with concern. Your Majesty, can you send me another person? Alexis took the opportunity to ask. The Devers smiled. Printos? Yes, Your Majesty. With his help, I won't have to worry about any flaws in my plan. I will have more confidence in obtaining victory, Alexis said honestly. She was not at all worried that the Devers would have the wrong impression that her victory was due to Printos's planning. I promise you, Printos staying with me and Lily is indeed a waste of his talent. The Devers agreed without hesitation, then asked, Do you have any other requests? No, but I have a request for you now. The Devers smiled. Drink a glass of Turii wine with me. I hope you will bring me the news of victory soon. Chapter 1047. Time passed by in a flash. 3 days later, in the morning, thousands of ships set off from the port of Lille, heading south. The reason for the delay was because the wind was strong yesterday, and the wind was from the south. Although there were some waves this morning, the wind was from the north. The Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet were in front and on both sides of this huge fleet. In the center were the transport ships, and behind them were the supply ships. With the help of the wind, the entire fleet moved at a faster speed. Before noon, they had already reached Koja Island. This small island that used to belong to the Phoenicians was now occupied by the Sicilian fleet. It became their forward base to blockade the port of Carthage and patrol the coast of Africana. However, the fleet did not stop and continued forward. As they approached the coast, Alexis's worries did not come true. There was not a single Carthage or Phoenician merchant ship on the vast sea. This route along the coast of Africana, passing through Cyrenaica, Egypt, and finally arriving at Tyre, had always been relatively busy. Even a few months ago, there were still ships coming and going here, but now it had suddenly become so desolate. This was proof of the defeat of Carthage in this war and the strength of the Ionian navy. It was not until the fleet was close to the coast that Alexis saw some fishing boats on the coast. The fishermen on the boats saw the overwhelming number of warships approaching. They were so scared that they quickly stopped their boats and ran back to their cities to report the news. At this time, Alexis was no longer worried. According to her previous deployment, the warships of the fleet had already stopped near the coast. The transport ships quickly spread out along the long coastline. With the help of the tide and the oarsmen, the ships reached the flat beach. The soldiers of the 3 legions stepped on the knee-deep sea and stepped onto the land of Africana. This is the land where Hercules defeated the giant Pelphion. In fact, the scenery of this beach was no different from that of Turiae and Catane. However, the adjutant Mathaseus, who went ashore, felt a little excited and looked around curiously. Yes, now we will soon conquer the giant Carthage, just like Hercules. Alexis said with a sigh, "Lady Alexis, if you have such thoughts, you will be disappointed." Printos's word surprised Alexis. Alexis blinked and continued, "The current Carthage can't be considered a giant." "I hope so." Alexis smiled. It looked like they were in a relaxed mood, but in reality Alexis was constantly sending out messengers to urge the troops to quickly assemble. At the same time, she quickly found the scouts who had come ashore and had them immediately investigate the surrounding situation. Alexis breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the news. Not only were there no enemies within a 10-mile radius, but the Phoenicians who lived here were fleeing with their families. At dusk, Alexis led the army to Hadrumetum and began to build a camp on the ruins of the burned town. It was not until late at night that Carthage received the news that the Dionysian army had landed in Hadrumetum. The quiet city suddenly became noisy. The people were very panicked and confused. A few days ago, news came from Sicily that although the army led by Margo had been defeated, the remaining troops had retreated to Segesta and Mazara and were still holding on. Why would a large army of Dionia suddenly appear in Hadrumetum? In fact, after Hasdrubal led the remnants of the army to Mazara, he did send a fast ship out of the port and rushed to Carthage to inform him of the situation in Sicily. But later, because of the chaos in Mazara, the people were busy saving their lives, and the Dionysian fleet deliberately strengthened the blockade of the port until Dionia occupied Mazara. Not only did Carthage know nothing about it, even Erius in Sicily was clueless. The situation was grim. That night, Carthage's Senate held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. In addition to deciding to immediately mobilize for war, strengthen the city's defenses, issue orders to the surrounding allies, and transfer reinforcements, they also discussed whether to immediately send envoys to negotiate with the Dionia. This time, the majority of the senators expressed their approval. Only a few Magonid senators, led by Predicuba, expressed their firm opposition to allowing the cession of new colonies in the south of Iberia as a condition for negotiations. In the morning, the Senate temporarily adjourned. The senators first returned to their mansions, had breakfast, and then returned to the meeting hall to continue the discussion. But when the senators walked out of the meeting hall, there were already many Carthage citizens gathered outside. Some time ago, because the Hanoverian party made the proposal to negotiate with Dionia, they were criticized by the people, and some even accused them of treason. Their days were not too good. But this morning, many people who had already received the contents of the meeting no longer cursed Ocradin, Tepenlaco, and the others. Instead, they targeted the Maganid party, asking Pretacuba to consider the safety of Carthage, to reach an agreement with Hanno as soon as possible, and to send envoys to sign a peace agreement with Dionia. Pretacuba was convinced that this was a trick of the Hanoverian party and did not respond. In fact, he could not agree to Carthage giving up the colonies in southern Iberia, because it had already become the foundation of the Maganid family. Just as the Carthage citizens gathered in front of the Senate, Alexis ordered the army to continue to consolidate the camp and sent a large number of soldiers to speed up the repair of the former port of Hadrumetum, so that the cargo ships could be moved more quickly, and at the same time they waited for the arrival of the Namibian army. But in the evening, Alexis, who had waited for a long time, received bad news. When the fleet full of Namibian soldiers set off from Lilib, it was still a weak north wind, but halfway through the journey, the wind suddenly turned into a strong northwest wind, and the entire fleet was pushed to the east coast of Hadrumetum by the wind and waves, and it was said that some ships even capsized on the way. Alexis hurriedly prayed to Hades, thanking him for his blessings, so that such a thing did not happen to the Dionysian army. Then he sent scouts along the coast to the east to search for traces of the fleet. But the news he received later was disheartening. Except for a few ships scattered along the nearby coast, there was no trace of the fleet. Alexis speculated that most of the ships may have been blown to near the waters of Cyrenaica by the wind and waves, which forced him to make a decision. He could no longer wait. He must take the initiative to attack. So on the third day, he let the Legio III stay at the camp and personally led the 1st and 2nd legions, a total of more than 16,000 people, to attack a Phoenician city-state less than 30 miles to the east of Hadrumetum, the city of Ruspina. Ruspina and its nearby neighbors sent messengers to take a detour, asking for help from Carthage. This incident caused even more panic among the people of Carthage, and soon led to a major event. At dusk, the meeting of the Carthage Senate once again ended in an argument. After the senators walked out of the gate, Pretacuba and the others were once again surrounded by the people waiting outside the courtyard. Pretacuba, who had experienced this many times, did not respond at all to their requests, insults, and even threats. After the guards pushed away the people blocking the way, he walked forward with his head held high. At this moment, suddenly a few youths rushed in, knocked away the guards who were caught off guard, and rushed in front of Pretacuba. Holding a shining dagger in their hands, they quickly and fiercely stabbed Pretacuba's chest a few times before he could react. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. When the people around him reacted, Pretacuba was already lying in a pool of blood. The frightened people screamed and ran in all directions, and the servants who followed behind hurriedly helped Pretacuba up from the pool of blood, shouting for the doctor to come and save him, and the guards rushed to arrest the perpetrators. The scene was very chaotic. The senators, in consideration of their own safety, retreated to the entrance of the venue, under the protection of the guards. Many people looked at Hanno, obviously suspecting that the assassination of Pretacuba had something to do with his mortal enemy, Hanno. But Hanno also had a shocked expression on his face, and he shouted loudly, "Quick, arrest them! Arrest the murderers!" Fortunately, the murderers did not run away, but stood where they were, waiting for the guards to come and arrest them. One of them even shouted boldly and confidently, "I am the son of Braca Yurdu. My eldest brother followed Monteadino and died in battle in Minoa. My second brother was also conscripted to Sicily, and I do not know if he is still alive or not. My father piloted a cargo ship late at night to transport rations for the army in Sicily, and he has not returned yet. My family has already paid enough blood for the war started by the Maganid family. Now that Carthage has encountered so many dangers, it is all because of them. Killing him is not wrong. This is Bar Harmon's oracle. Only this can save Carthage. The other youths also shouted loudly, I am not guilty. This is for Carthage. There were still many people who had not left, and when they heard the shouts of the youths, they felt the same way. They all rushed to the guards who were arresting the youths and shouted, Let them go! They are the heroes of Carthage. They want to free Carthage from the danger of war, to restore peace and tranquility to Africana. Preta Cuba is the sinner. Brother Mara is the sinner. This was the punishment that Bar Harmon had given them. They deserved it. The roars of the people were like thunder, protesting against the elders, venting out all the sorrow and fear that had accumulated in their hearts during this period of time. Their shouts attracted even more people, and more people gathered in the square in front of the Senate. Some people began to fight with the guards, wanting to save the young men. Another riot was about to occur. Chapter 1048. The senators were all nervous, especially the senators from the Magonid faction, who were trembling. Let's return to the meeting first, and quickly send someone to inform General Samos. Let him bring the army here and disperse the crowd. At this time, Hanno was still able to maintain his composure and whispered his suggestion to the panicking senators. The senators returned to the meeting hall. While waiting for the arrival of the army, they also started the meeting anxiously. This time, there was much less resistance. They passed the resolution of resuming the peace talks as soon as possible based on most of Dionia's conditions, and sent messengers to reach an armistice agreement with Dionia as soon as possible. When Hanno, under the protection of the army, walked out of the Senate meeting hall and announced the new resolution of the Senate to the people who were still gathered outside the door and still refused to leave, the people cheered. However, Hanno also reminded them that even if the peace talks resumed, they could not let down their guard. If they could not defeat the Dionysian army that invaded Africana, the possibility of the peace talks succeeding would be very small and Carthage would lose more benefits. Therefore, he encouraged the people present to actively prepare for war and protect Carthage. The people responded enthusiastically. However, things did not end so smoothly. On this night, a few elders from the Magonid faction were beaten up by the people on their way home. One of them even fell unconscious. While the people of the city were urgently preparing for war, the Senate condemned this violent behavior and sent people to investigate, but there were no results. At the same time, some senators from the Magonid faction felt the danger and began to quietly escape from Carthage. When the messenger from Carthage met Alexis, the Dionysian army had already begun to besiege Ruspina. After learning the intention of the messenger from Carthage, Alexis clearly stated that the order given to him by His Majesty, the Devers King, was to attack Carthage. Before receiving His Majesty's order to stop the war, he would not stop the attack. When the dejected Carthage envoy left La Spina, he was surprised to find that many Namibians had also appeared there, and they were getting along well with the Dionia soldiers. The transport ships that had been hit by the storm had gradually returned to Hadrumetum. Alexis allowed the eastern Namibians to return to their homes and reunite with their families before regrouping to assist the Dionysian army in attacking Carthage. The reason why Alexis did not let these eastern Namibians join the battle immediately was because they were basically infantry. Their combat strength was not strong, and they were eager to return home. She was worried that if they joined the army, not only would they consume a lot of military supplies, but they would also become a burden to the army during battle. However, he tried his best to retain the Western Namibian cavalry, excluding those who drowned in the sea and those who insisted on leaving. About 2,000 Namibian cavalry stayed to fight. After Carthage's envoy left, Alexis began to order the army to attack Ruspina. The engineering battalions of several legions had sped up the production of some siege equipment, and Alexis had a basic understanding of the situation of the entire city. In this area, Ruspina, like Hadrumetum, was one of the few large Phoenician city-states, but in Alexis's eyes it was still a small city, and it did not have any elaborate defensive facilities. According to the situation he observed, he carefully adjusted the siege deployment. He firmly believed that he could take the city in a few days. There were several reasons why Alexis was in such a rush to attack Raspina. First, even though he had ordered his soldiers to speed up the repair of Hadrumetum's port, the port was not something that could be built in a short period of time due to the lack of manpower and construction materials. Furthermore, they were in an unfamiliar environment with enemies on all sides. The encounter of the Second Fleet made him realize that at the end of winter, this area of the sea was very windy. He needed to provide a safe harbor for the fleet that constantly transported supplies to him as soon as possible. At the same time, it would greatly improve the efficiency of unloading. Therefore, taking down a coastal city-state as soon as possible was the best choice. Secondly, the Dionysian army had just arrived. If they wanted to establish a foothold, they had to establish a stable rear so that they could boldly attack Carthage with confidence. Therefore, a city-state like Raspina, which was very close to Hadrumetum, had to be conquered first. Other than that, Alexis had another idea in mind. On the morning of the second day after the army landed, he received a report from a cavalry scout. The Phoenician city of Attis to the west was heavily garrisoned. The road from Hadrumetum to Carthage was smooth, but this road was specific. Between Carthage and Hadrumetum, there was a series of mountain ridges that extended east to form the Caban Peninsula. Although the flat valley in the middle was not narrow, Attis was located to the west of it. When Carthage learned that the Dionysian army had landed in Hadrumetum, he immediately sent reinforcements to Attis. Alexis hoped that by attacking the Phoenician city near Hadrumetum, she could attract the reinforcements of Carthage's army and thus eliminate Carthage's forces in the field. Just as the Carthaginian emissary Ocratin once again set sail for Sicily to negotiate with Henoborus, a few Maganid senators had already fled to Sexy in southern Iberia. Out of anger and fear, they greatly exaggerated what had happened in Carthage. When the members of the Maganid family and the local officials who were stationed in the city learned of this, they were greatly shocked. In the governor's mansion, Dido urgently called for Hacker and asked him anxiously, "I heard that our army in Sicily was either destroyed or captured. Now, I don't know if my father and brother are dead or alive, and I don't know what the situation is like with so many of my clansmen. But at this time, that cursed Hanno acted ruthlessly against our forces in Carthage. He sent people to assassinate Uncle Predicuba and drove the others out of Carthage. What should we do now?" While Dido was speaking, Hacker was already lying down on a wooden chair with the help of a servant. Ever since Maganid led his army to land in Sicily, all the affairs in Iberia were mainly handled by Hacker alone. In addition, he was also responsible for the logistics and transportation of the Iberian army, and always paid attention to the movements of the natives inside and outside the territory. Working day and night for as long as half a year had caused his physical condition to deteriorate. His body rapidly became thin, and it was difficult for him to even walk. "Not only what you said, I also received news." Hacker touched his forehead with his hand and said softly, "The important leader of the Hanover faction, Tepenlaco, has already proposed to the Senate that my uncle and my brother should be tried in absentia. He said that they will be severely punished because they caused such a major failure and put Carthage in danger. At the same time, this is to appease the people of Carthage." "Appease the people of Carthage?" "Then who will appease us? For the sake of Carthage, most of the adult men of the Maganid family have gone on an expedition to Sicily, and there has been no news from us until now." Dido's eyes were filled with tears, but anger distorted her beautiful face, making it look somewhat sinister. "Also, we have stayed in this backward, barbaric, and dangerous place for so many years. How much effort did we put in, and how many of our family members died in order to obtain this land? Isn't it also for the benefit of Carthage? Otherwise, after Carthage declared war on Dionia, how could Iberia send so many soldiers? But the Senate of Carthage ignored our attack, and without our consent, they want to hand over the land we worked so hard to obtain to the people of Dionia. Father and brother fought bravely for Carthage, and now it is unknown whether they are alive or dead. Not only did they not receive the respect and sympathy of Carthage, but they also want to be tried, causing their honor to be humiliated. The Senate of Carthage is forcing the Maganid family to the path of destruction. Dido gritted her teeth and said sternly, "Haka, since the Senate of Carthage wants to ruthlessly deal with us, then why should we still be manipulated by them? We might as well leave Carthage and no longer listen to the orders of the Senate of Carthage." Haka listened quietly, not surprised by Dido's words. In fact, in the past 2 days, she had vented her anger on him many times. But the reason she was so resolute this time was because she heard that the Senate of Carthage was going to carry out a harsh trial on Margot and Hasdrubal. According to the military tradition of Carthage, generals who had lost in a major war would be severely judged by the Senate, and basically all of them would be crucified. The only one who escaped punishment was Margot's brother, Hamilco. Even though he committed suicide in the end, the citizens still complained to the Senate that they were too lenient towards him. Now that Margot had suffered a military defeat that was even greater than Hamilco's, and the Maganid family's influence in the Senate was almost non-existent, with Hanno and the others making things difficult for them, Margot and Hasdrubal might really be in danger of being executed. It was no wonder that Dido was so emotional. "You're not serious, are you?" Haka asked softly. "Of course I'm serious." Dido walked over, looked down at Haka, and said sternly with a firm gaze, "The Carthage sees us as enemies, so we are no longer Carthage's people. Haka, gather all the officials in the territory, and then announce to them that the Iberian colony is independent, and that it has nothing to do with the Carthage." Haka rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. Right now, the main officials in the territory are our Maganid clansmen. They may not have too much of an objection to the Declaration of Independence, but it will inevitably cause panic among the Carthage and Phoenician citizens in the territory. And you should know that the biggest danger we are facing is the Iberian natives inside and outside the territory. Because we have blocked the news of our defeat, they are still relatively quiet for the time being. But as time passes, they will eventually find out. At that time, they will definitely use demanding compensation as an excuse to attack our territory, and we do not have enough troops in the territory. Once we leave the Carthage, we will not receive any reinforcements. At that time, we will not be able to defend against the ferocious attacks of the natives. The land will be occupied by them, and the people will be tortured and killed by them. More importantly, we have declared independence. The Carthage may not be able to do anything to us for the time being, but Dionia has already seen our territory as something in the bag. But in the end, they have failed. Will they be angry? Will they kill my uncle and my brother because of this, and then send troops to seize this land? Have you thought about all of this? Chapter 1049. I've thought about it. Dido said without hesitation, "So I've decided to go to Sicily and negotiate with the people of Dionia." "What? You're going to Sicily?" Hacker was truly shocked this time. "You're the more suitable candidate, but you're not in good health, and we can't leave you here at this time. So I have to go. Although I'm a woman, I'm the only daughter of the Maganid family's patriarch, Mago. If I personally go to Sicily to negotiate, it will show the sincerity of the Maganid family. Moreover, the decisions I make during the negotiations should also be approved by you, right?" Dido looked straight at her cousin in an imposing manner. Hacker did not respond directly, but asked in return, "What decision do you want to make?" "I want this territory to join the kingdom of Dionia, become their state, or a free city. I think this should be able to save my father and Hasdrubal." Hacker looked at the resolute Dido, suddenly envious of her vitality and courage, which was what his sickly body lacked. "Well, I'll take care of everything here. You can go to Sicily without worry, but you have to be prepared for the worst. The king of Dionia is not so easy to deal with." Although Hacker had never met the Devers, he had a deeper understanding of the king of Dionia. Even some of the administrative systems in place in Iberia were absorbed and adapted from the system of government of Dionia. Because of this, as a Carthage noble, he did not object to Dido's rebellious act of seeking refuge with the enemy. On the contrary, he felt a trace of envy in his heart. As an envoy of Carthage, Ocherdon once again came to Sicily and began a new round of negotiations with the Dionia court clerk Henoporus at the governor's mansion in Lille. After several negotiations and confrontations, faced with the aggressive Henoporus, Ocherdon compromised and offered to cede the new colony in the south of Iberia, and was willing to return the land of the eastern Namibians and allow them to become independent. But Henoporus was not satisfied. He pointed out that Dionia needed the entire southern Iberia that Carthage owned, including coastal towns such as Gades, Huelva, and Megaropolis, as well as the gold and silver mines under their control. This could not be changed. Ocherdon argued, but Henoporus refused to budge. Moreover, the Devers did not give Ocherdon a chance to meet, so the negotiations reached an impasse. When Ocherdon sent the news that the negotiations were not going well back to Carthage, the Carthage Senate also received another piece of bad news. Ruthpena had surrendered to the Dionysian army. It turned out that Alexis had hoped that Carthage's army would come to Ruthpena's rescue, so that she could defeat Carthage's fresh troops in the field, reducing the difficulty of the soldiers besieging the city in the future, and severely dampening the confidence of the Carthage people. However, after the Carthage Senate learned that the Namibians had joined the Dionysian army, he became even more worried about the safety of Carthage's city. Even if the Ruthpena messenger repeatedly begged, the Carthage Senate was perfunctory while gathering reinforcements from the Phoenician allies in the west to protect the city. Alexis did not order an attack on Ruthpena. Instead, she ordered a total of 30 ballistic cannons, owned by the 3 legions, to bombard Ruthpena city for several days in a row. Not only did they destroy many houses in the city, but they also bombarded the city with several large holes. There were not many citizen soldiers in Ruthpena, and there was no news of Carthage's reinforcements. In order to avoid repeating the mistakes of Hadrumetum, the terrified Ruthpena people chose to surrender. Alexis led the army to enter Ruthpena city. After taking complete control of the city, she immediately informed the Legio, 3 stationed in Hadrumetum, to remove their camp and rendezvous at Ruthpena. Seeing that the Carthage people were stubbornly defending, she simply prepared to continue to the east to attack Thapsos, thus completely turning this coastal land into the rear of the Dionysian army. After the Carthage elders, led by Hanno, received a reply from Ocherdon, and at the same time learned from the scouts that the Dionysian army had landed in Africa City, they all realized that whether it was for the safety of Carthage City or for the smooth signing of the armistice agreement, Carthage had to concentrate all their strength to defeat the enemy in front of them. Therefore, after an emergency discussion, the Senate appointed Samos as the military commander of Carthage, responsible for defeating the Dionysian army. Samos led 10,000 Carthage militia to Attis, increasing the total number of soldiers in Attis to 15,000. This also made it difficult to see any young citizens in Carthage City. The Senate had to mobilize the elderly and underage men to defend the city. Samos did not lead his army to rescue Thapsos, which was being besieged by the Dionysian army. Instead, he stepped up the construction of defensive facilities in Attis, while waiting for reinforcements from the Phoenician alliance on the west coast. As the Dionia warships were patrolling along the coast of Africa, for safety reasons, the reinforcements from the Phoenician alliance did not dare to take the ships. They could only travel by land, marching through the mountains. Naturally, the time needed to reach Carthage City would be extended. Dido was tall, graceful, pretty, and had bright eyes. She wore a purple pleated dress with flowers embroidered with gold silk and a rare white fox fur coat. Her black hair was tied up and held in place with exquisite hair accessories made of pure gold. She was graceful, but not elegant. She was delicate, yet heroic. Although her skin was a little dark, it was more lustrous and flawless, giving her the charm of a foreign race. When she walked gracefully into the living room of the mayor's mansion, not only were the guards stunned, but even the Devers were a little dazed. He subconsciously sat up straight, coughed twice, and said, You are the messenger from the Iberian colony of Carthage. The honorable king of Dionia. Dido gently opened her red lips. Her voice was not as crisp as that of most young girls, but more deep. I am Dido, the only daughter of the Carthage military commander Mago. I am not the messenger of Carthage, but a representative of the Maganid family. Devers was not surprised. He had already known the identity of the Iberian messenger in advance, and he also knew through intelligence that the daughter of Mago was not a simple woman. Not only did she often participate in the political affairs of southern Iberia, but she could even influence Mago's decisions, so he met her out of curiosity. And Dido's special emphasis on this sentence confirmed some of the thoughts in his heart. He deliberately said jokingly, "Is there no man in your Maganid family?" Dido heard the sarcasm in Devers's words, and her almond-shaped eyes suddenly widened. But then she lowered her eyes and said in a powerful tone, "The Iberian officials let me come here not because I am a woman, but because I can negotiate with you on their behalf." "Oh." Devers pretended to be surprised and said, "I don't understand why the officials of Carthage in Iberia still let you come. Don't you know that the Senate of Carthage is ready to cede the entire southern region of Iberia to Dionia?" Dido had expected the other party to ask this question. She took a breath and said in a serious tone, "Honorable King of Dionia, although we are far away in Iberia, we also know that the negotiations between Dionia and Carthage are not going well, and the war is still going on. What's more, Carthage cannot represent our southern region of Iberia. Even if the negotiations are reached in the future and they agree to cede southern Iberia to Dionia, this decision will not be recognized by all the people of southern Iberia, because the southern region of Iberia has decided to separate from Turiae and decide our own fate." Dido's last sentence was powerful and resonant. Hearing this, Devers raised his eyebrows and his eyes became cold. "So, even if we reach a peace agreement with Carthage, your southern region of Iberia does not intend to abide by it? Don't you know that doing this will only give me a reason to send troops to southern Iberia? We have now captured tens of thousands of captives from southern Iberia, including your father and relatives. I don't mind turning all the men of southern Iberia into slaves and making them mine until they die." Although the Devers' voice was not loud, the majesty of a king could not be looked at directly. The thick smell of blood was even more overwhelming, making Dido a little flustered. She hurriedly lowered her head and tried to calm herself down. After panting for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, Since Carthage has betrayed us, why should we listen to Carthage's orders? If Dionia really wants to send troops to attack us, we would rather all die in battle to defend the dignity of the Maganid family and at the same time make your Dionia pay a heavy price." "You want our Dionia to pay a heavy price?" Devers sneered and said disdainfully, "How many troops do you have in the Iberia territory? Can you still intimidate the surrounding Lusitanians and Iberians? Our Dionia doesn't even need to send troops. We can soon see the Iberian natives wipe out all of you who are alone. Maybe we will perish, but what good will it do to your Dionia?" At this moment, Dido also threw caution to the wind and loudly reminded, "We spent more than 10 years to conquer the Iberian natives, cut down trees, flatten the land, and reclaim it year after year. Only then did we have the territory that we can settle in today. If the already stable southern Iberia is once again occupied by those ignorant and ferocious natives, I don't know how much gold and silver Dionia is willing to spend after the war with Carthage. How many citizens will be sacrificed, and how much time will it take to reintegrate southern Iberia back into the kingdom of Dionia? But now, as long as Dionia accepts my negotiation request, the southern Iberia you want will immediately belong to Dionia. Then your majesty can use all your strength to deal with Carthage and put forward other demands to them in order to obtain more benefits." The coldness in Devers's eyes receded, and he said calmly, "You want southern Iberia to be directly integrated into Dionia." Literature Museum, Chapter 1050. Dido stole a glance at the Devers expression and felt that there was hope. She immediately said in a clear voice, "We want to make southern Iberia a free city of Dionia." Just like the Devers interrupted her without hesitation and said firmly, "Southern Iberia can only be completely integrated into Dionia and be under the direct jurisdiction of the kingdom. There is no other choice. If that doesn't work, we would rather choose war. Whether southern Iberia is ruled by you or occupied by the Iberian natives, we will make it the territory of Dionia, no matter what price we have to pay." Dido did not expect the Devers to directly seal her words. There was no room for negotiation at all. For a moment, she panicked and did not know what to say. "It seems that you have nothing to talk about." Deiphos sighed softly and said, "As a woman, you actually dared to come here alone to negotiate. You are indeed very courageous, and it is not easy. I will allow you to visit your family for a while, and then you can go back." At this moment, Henoboris, who was next to him, reminded, "Your Majesty, Sir Stesicodes said that Brother Margot's injury is serious and needs quiet treatment. He doesn't want anyone to disturb my father." What happened to him?" Dido asked anxiously when she heard this. "On the day of the Battle of Serenus, your father, Margot, was shot in the face by a flustered Namibian with an arrow. When we found him, he was almost dead. Thanks to our doctors' all-out efforts to save him, he was out of danger, but he has been unconscious ever since." Henoboris said softly with a sympathetic expression, "Merciful King Devers, I want to visit my father immediately. I hope you can approve." Dido's eyes were filled with tears as she said with a trembling voice, "All right." The Devers hesitated for a moment, then said to Henoboris, "Go and talk to Stesicodes. Tell him that I said to let this girl visit her father." "Yes, your Majesty." Henoboris stood up, walked to Dido, and said softly, "Come with me." Dido wiped away her tears, stood up, and bowed deeply to the Devers. About 10 minutes later, Henoboris returned. After listening to the scene of Dido visiting Brother Ma, Devers suddenly asked, "How old is Brother Ma's daughter?" Henoboris was stunned. He looked at the Devers, his mind racing. Could it be that His Majesty has taken a fancy to her? However, he quickly said, "Shiro Finney's told me about her before. Let me think. She doesn't seem to be 23. It's 24. I'm a little old." The Devers' response stunned Henoboris again, but he saw that the King of Dionia was tapping his fingers on the back of his chair. His gaze was distant, as if he was thinking about something, and there was no joy on his face when he fancied a woman. Dido visited her father, who was in a coma, but she did not ask to see Hasdrubal again. She knew her cousin's temper and knew that he would quarrel with her if he knew why she was here. After a painful afternoon of thinking, Dido, who had made up her mind, asked to see the Devers again and received his approval. Dido, who entered the living room again, was no longer as disorderly as when she left in the morning. She regained her composure, and after expressing her gratitude to the Devers, she said straightforwardly, "Noble King of Devers, if I agree to your request and let the southern part of Iberia be completely incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia, how will you settle the people and officials there? And how will you treat the soldiers and generals from the southern part of Iberia who have been captured by you?" The Devers did not answer immediately. He looked at Dido and asked seriously, "Letting the entire southern part of Iberia join the kingdom of Dionia is a very important decision that concerns the future of the people of the entire southern part of Iberia. Will the people and officials there recognize the agreement you have finally signed? The colonies in the southern part of Iberia are in fact ruled by the Maganid family." Dido raised her head with pride on her face and said in an unquestionable tone, "I can assure you that when I come to Dionia as a diplomatic envoy, I have all the authority granted by all the direct members of the Maganid family. Any decision I make here will be recognized by them." The Devers gently nodded and said seriously, "If you take the initiative to join the kingdom of Dionia, the people of southern Iberia will immediately become citizens of Dionia and enjoy all the rights and obligations that a citizen of Dionia should enjoy. The Maganid family can recommend a few members, and after being examined by the Senate of Dionia, they will become senators of the kingdom. The officials of the southern part of Iberia will continue to perform their duties, but at the same time they will have to learn the laws of Dionia and adapt to the system of the Kingdom of Dionia. After a year, there will be an assessment to decide whether they will stay in office or be promoted. This is just a general idea. The specific details will still need to be worked out through negotiations. But now there is a problem. The Devers looked embarrassed. After your father led the army to land in Sicily, he successively burned the 3 friendly states of Dionia, Minoa, Agrigento, and Gela. These days, the remaining people of these states have sent representatives, demanding that the culprits who destroyed their hometown be severely punished. To make matters worse, your father also let the army burn all the villages on the Catania plain, the territory of the kingdom, and killed the people of the kingdom. Even after capturing the city of Paragonia, your father cruelly ordered all the captured Dionia soldiers to be tortured to death. I once stood on the ruins of Paragonia, facing all the Dionia soldiers who went on an expedition to Sicily and swore to avenge these soldiers who were tortured to death. And according to the testimony of the captured Carthage soldiers, Mago and Hasdrubal are the main culprits of this tragedy. Therefore, according to the request of the friendly emissary and fulfilling my oath, even if southern Iberia becomes the territory of Dionia and the other Iberian soldiers who were captured are released, the 2 of them will continue to be imprisoned until they are severely punished. When Dido heard that her father might be executed, she immediately retorted in a flustered and exasperated manner, "How can you blame my father for this? This is war. War. Didn't the Dionysian army also wantonly destroy and kill civilians in western Sicily? Your fleet even landed on Africa, slaughtering and burning Hadrumetum. According to what you just said, as the commander of the Dionysian army, shouldn't you also be avenged by the people of Carthage?" The Devers was not angered by her words. He touched his chin and said lightly, "Unfortunately, now Dionia is the victor." Dido's words were immediately stifled, but she immediately roared even more furiously, "Since you don't intend to release my family, then even if the Magonid family dies in battle, we will never surrender to Dionia." Dido glared angrily at the Devers, while Devers appeared calm. At this moment, Henoboris interrupted. "Your Majesty, the Magonid family of Carthage has already decided to pledge allegiance to the kingdom and become a citizen of Dionia. This will allow us to end this war earlier, which is a good thing. But why must you still punish the leader of the Magonid family?" The Devers hesitated for a moment, then said softly with slight embarrassment, "I once made a promise to Hades in front of everyone. How can I go back on my word?" Dido was a devout follower of the god of Carthage, Tanit. When she heard this, she felt even more despair, because she knew that Hades was the protector of the kingdom of Dionia. It was said that he had performed many miracles, so how could the king of Dionia dare to go back on his word? However, Henoboris said, "Your Majesty, I have an idea that will allow you to release Margot and Hasdrubal without being punished by Hades." The Devers immediately became spirited. "Oh, tell me about it." Dido also looked at the refined official of Dionia, hoping that he could really come up with a good idea to solve this problem. Henoboris did not immediately reveal the solution, but smiled at Dido and asked, "May I ask if you are engaged?" Dido was stunned. She did not expect him to say such a thing. Anger and embarrassment rose in her at the same time, and she was about to explode. Henoboris then said with a straight face, "This matter is very important. It concerns your father's life and death. You better answer truthfully." At the mention of her father, Dido nodded subconsciously, no. It was common knowledge that the leader of the Magonid family of Carthage had an older daughter who was unmarried. Now that it was confirmed that she was not engaged, Henoboris was reassured and immediately said to the Devers with a straight face, "Your Majesty, the only daughter of the leader of the Magonid family of Carthage, Dido, is of noble blood, talented, and beautiful. As your son, Prince Clodocatax is young and promising, and is still unmarried. I am willing to be the golden arrow in Eros's hand, and act as a matchmaker for the two young people to marry. In this way, Dido will become your daughter-in-law, and Margot will become your in-laws. You are the descendant of god Hades, and Hades should forgive you for breaking your oath on account of them becoming your relatives." At this point, Henoboris turned to Dido and said, "Moreover, if you become His Majesty's daughter-in-law, the people of Iberia and the Maganid family will be more at ease to join the kingdom, because you, who have become a member of the royal family of Dionia, will be more able to care for them, and will not let them suffer injustice." The Devers rubbed his chin and said rather excitedly, "This method sounds good, and is very good for Dionia and the southern colonies of Iberia. I think that child Clotocatax should not object." Chapter 1051. Dido did not expect this Dionia official to propose such an idea. For a moment, she was shy, irritated, worried, angry. Countless emotions twisted into a mess in her heart. Carthage and Greece were somewhat similar in terms of marriage. Marriage was basically decided by the elders. But for Dido, the situation was special. Her mother died early, and her father was now in a coma. Her father doted on her and had long agreed to let her choose her own husband. Otherwise, she would not be unmarried at the age of 24, so it was entirely up to her to decide whether to marry or not. It was just that she never thought that her marriage would be linked to her father's life and death, the rise and fall of her family, and the future of thousands of people in southern Iberia. How could someone as smart as she not see that this was a trap designed by the king of Dionia and his men? But at the moment, she was in a mess of emotions. She did not want to expose it, nor did she dare to rashly make a choice. But when she visited the unconscious Mago again, she finally made a decision and agreed to marry the prince of Dionia, Clotocatax. The incorporation of the former Carthage's new colony in southern Iberia into the kingdom of Dionia was also quickly finalized. 2 days later, Henoboris met Okerton, who had returned to Lily, and directly told him the news that the people of the southern Iberian colony voluntarily joined the kingdom of Dionia, and announced that since the Iberian colony was no longer within the scope of negotiations, the kingdom asked for a new condition for negotiations, and that Hadrumetum and its territory belonged to Dionia. The rebellion of the Maganid family surprised Okerton, but at this time Carthage could not even take care of himself. So how could he have the ability to crusade against Iberia hundreds of miles away? He could only protest to Henoboris. Unless Dionia handed over the Maganid family who had committed treason, Carthage refused to negotiate with Dionia again. The two sides parted on bad terms, with Hadrumetum as a lesson and Laspina as an example. Tapsos opened the city and surrendered only the second day after the siege. Alexis let the army rest a little and then led the army west. 2 days later, they set up camp 10 miles away from Ada City. Alexis didn't launch an attack immediately. Instead, she ordered the soldiers to build a camp while she sent scouts and mountain scouts to investigate the enemy's situation and the surrounding terrain. Samos, who was in the city of Ardis, was very nervous when he heard the news that the Dionysian army was approaching. He ordered the army not to attack and to strengthen the defense. The two sides confronted each other until early February. During this period, the Phoenician allies to the west of Carthage had sent reinforcements one after another, increasing the number of Carthage soldiers defending Addis to more than 20,000. But at the same time, Samos also received bad news. A large Namibian army had appeared to the south of Ardis. Previously, the Senate of Carthage had sent many envoys to the tribes in eastern Namibia, using their previously established relationships and promises of various benefits in an attempt to persuade them to remain neutral. However, the tribes in eastern Namibia had already established an alliance with Dionia. Moreover, at this time, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Carthage's days were numbered. How could they let go of this great opportunity to beat the drowning dog and completely free the eastern Namibians from Carthage's control? Therefore, the tribes in eastern Namibia finally gathered more than 15,000 warriors and planned to rush to Hadrumetum to meet with the Dionysian army. However, Alexis sent a messenger to order them to march directly to Carthage city from the south. At the same time, Alexis moved her camp further west, less than 5 miles away from Ada City. Samos was caught in a difficult choice. Originally, when he heard that the eastern Namibian army was approaching, in order to avoid being attacked from both sides, he had already begun to plan. He would first leave a part of the army to garrison Addis, while he quietly led the main force to the south. He would first defeat the eastern Namibians, who were numerous but not strong, before rushing back to confront the Dionysian army again. However, the Dionysian army suddenly moved their camp forward to the city of Addis. This meant that the movements of Carthage's army in the city could not be hidden from the eyes of the Daionia. Once the main force of the army attacked the eastern Namibians, it was likely that they would be attacked from both sides by the Daionia. While Samos was hesitating, another piece of bad news came. Another Dionysian army, in fact, a mixed force composed of part of the 10th Legion of Daionia and the infantry of the Sicilian fleet, numbering close to 10,000, had landed on the west coast of Carthage and surrounded the city of Dioritos, the Phoenician city-state located about 100 miles west of Carthage City, adjacent to Utica. Dioritos hurriedly sent messengers to Carthage to ask for reinforcements, and requested the return of the public militia that had previously reinforced Carthage. Samos knew that the Phoenician city-states in the west, due to a large number of citizen soldiers being conscripted, were lacking in military strength. They might not be able to defend against the Dionysian army's attack. If Carthage could not rescue them in time, the entire west coast could fall, just like the east coast. However, now that Carthage's enemies were approaching from both the east and the south, as the only powerful army in Carthage, how would he dare to lead them away? However, it was not a good idea to sit back and do nothing because the news could only be blocked for a while. Over time, if the Phoenician soldiers in the army learned that their motherland had been or might be attacked by Daionia, they would not hesitate to leave the army and rush back to their motherland. By then, the army would have lost 1/3 or more of its forces, and the war to defend Carthage would be even more difficult. Samos finally made up his mind. He rushed back to Carthage and explained to the Senate the danger the army was facing. He suggested that the best way to solve the current predicament was to take the risk of fighting the Dionysian army in the east of Ardis while the Phoenician militia was still there. After defeating them, he would lead the victorious army to defeat the eastern Namibians, and the crisis Carthage was facing would be mostly resolved. Finally, he could return to the Phoenician alliance. After some debate, the senators finally agreed to his proposal. Just as Hanno said, although this is a huge risk, at least there is a chance of survival. It is better than doing nothing and letting the Daionia besiege Carthage step by step until it is finally destroyed. To increase their chances of winning, the Senate carried out an emergency mobilization. When Samos returned to Ardis, he brought back another 3,000 soldiers. They were either old or young. Carthage gave it his all for the upcoming, decisive battle. Although Ardis was not far from Carthage, this unusual number of 3,000 soldiers was not a small number. The Daionia scouts would quickly find out and report back to Alexis. The next morning, Alexis, who had just woken up, received another report from the scouts. Carthage's army was constantly moving out of Ardis, marching in the direction of the camp. The Carthage army that had been guarding Ardis had suddenly left the city. Alexis was not surprised. She continued to follow her previous pace, carefully washing up, leisurely finishing her breakfast, putting on her armor. After everything was ready, she called for Printos and rode out of the camp with her guards and 300 Western Namibian cavalrymen. Just 3 miles to the west, she heard noises coming from the front and saw tens of thousands of Carthage soldiers lining up on the flat grassland. Alexis held the reins with both hands, and with a smile on her face, she turned her head and said to Printos, "It seems like it is just as we expected. The Carthaginians can't wait to find us for a decisive battle. That's obvious. After all, this is the only path they can choose. Maybe there's still a little hope." Printos stared solemnly at the front and said, "But because of this, Carthage, who are already in a desperate situation, will definitely do their best to win this battle. Even if we surpass them in strength, we must not underestimate them. I believe that even if we win in the end, we will have to pay a heavy price. Commander, I suggest that we avoid the decisive battle with Carthage at this time. In a few days, when Commander Melissenda's army has conquered the Phoenician cities in the west, the strength of this Carthage army will inevitably be weakened and their morale will be low. By then, we will have an easier time advancing. Alexis fell into deep thought. After a while, he shook his head and said, Printos, maybe your suggestion is right, but I can't accept it. We refuse to fight. We want to wait for the Phoenician soldiers of Carthage to escape before we attack. But when that time comes, Carthage's army will face the joint attack of us and the eastern Namibians. It is very likely that they will give up Addis and retreat to the city of Carthage. Carthage's walls are high and thick, and the city has a large population. It also occupies a favorable terrain. Even if we add all the infantry of Legio IV and the Namibians to attack Carthage for a few months, we may not be able to take it down. At this point, Alexis sighed. Didn't the person in charge of the supply fleet say that because the 10th Legion has also landed in Africa, the demand for supplies has increased greatly? The supplies stored in Lille and Selinus have been used up. His Majesty has already sent someone to inform Cadenai and Tilly to urgently prepare a large amount of supplies. Also, the sea between Sicily and Africa is quite stormy this season. The fleet has encountered many storms during the transportation process, and more than 10 ships have been lost. Alexis sighed. Didn't the person in charge of the supply fleet say that because the 10th Legion has also landed in Africa? As the war continues, Dionia will suffer more and more losses. Now that we have a chance to defeat Carthage's main army and end the war as soon as possible, why should we give up? Besides, we have been biding our time here for so long. Amintes and the others are already very unhappy. If we avoid this battle and wait for the 10th Legion to finish their battle in the west, the arrogant soldiers of the 1st, 2nd, and Legio III will probably come out to protest. So we must fight this battle. After hearing this, Printos felt that it made sense. He immediately said, Lord Commander, I am your advisor. It is my duty to give you different suggestions for your reference. Since you have made your decision, let us start preparing for the battle. Chapter 1052. No, Printos, you're not only a good staff officer, you're also an excellent commander. The reason why I'm saying so much is that I hope to get your approval and help me win this battle. Alexis said sincerely. Printos was stunned and immediately looked ahead. After a moment, he said, Commander, look. Carthage's people seem to be stretching their formation. This way, their flanks may be beyond the valley floor and close to the mountain ridge. This will limit the power of the Namibian cavalry. Since Carthage's people are eager to fight us, can we directly ask them to move to the front and stay away from the mountain ridge? Alexis's eyes lit up and he smiled. That's a good idea. Let's try to command Carthage's army. He immediately picked a soldier who could speak Carthage's language from the guards and asked him to be the messenger. He went to meet the commander-in-chief of Carthage's army and made the request. 10 minutes later, the soldier returned safely and conveyed the words of Carthage's commander-in-chief, Seymours. He agreed to move the army forward. In fact, Seymours was not angry when he heard the request of the Dionia messenger. Instead, he was somewhat happy. This was because he led the army out of the city to attract the Dionysian army and engage in a battle. If the Dionysian army did not care, everything he did would have been in vain. Now that the Dionia people had made a request, it showed that they were willing to engage in a battle. In order to achieve this goal, even if they had to temporarily give up a little tactical advantage, it was acceptable. When Seymours ordered the entire formation to move to the east, Alexis had already returned to the camp. He called Amintes, Matones, and Lazuru and gave them the order to engage in a battle with Carthage's army. The 3 corps commanders were very excited when they heard this. Alexis then said seriously, Amintes, Matones, Lazuru, please go and tell the soldiers that this may be the last battle in this long war. Carthage's people will fight to the death to protect their homeland. If the kingdom wins in the end, they will win supreme glory. If we fail, we will have no way out. The outcome of the battle will ultimately depend on whether or not they give it their all. Amyntas immediately said, confidently, "Don't worry, the soldiers of the First Legion have been through hundreds of battles. They don't need us to mobilize them. They know what to do at what time." Metones and Lazuru expressed the same opinion. Before landing on Africa, the three legions had experienced battle and casualties, especially when the First Legion was defending Selinus. The casualties were close to a quarter of the legion's total number. If they were not replenished, it would be difficult for them to fight again. However, transferring reserve soldiers from Turkestan would undoubtedly take too much time, so the Devers allowed the three legions to transfer soldiers from other legions to make up for their lack of manpower. With this order from the Devers, the three corps commanders excitedly transferred elite soldiers from their respective legions. Other than the Legion 4, the other corps commanders actively cooperated. After all, most of the officers and soldiers under their command were eager to go to Africa and gain more glory. As a result, the nearly full three legions were now much stronger than they were at the start of the war, both in terms of experience and combat power. This gave Amyntas and the others enough confidence. On the 6th of February, 378 BC, 16th year of the Kingdom of Dionia, the weather in Ardis and Hadrumetum was clear. Although it was still winter, the wind at noon in this coastal area was cool and refreshing, suitable for traveling. The armies of Dionia and Carthage set up a battlefield here. The Carthaginian army consisted of 6,000 Carthaginian heavy infantry, 4,000 Carthaginian Sacred Legion infantrymen, 2,500 Carthaginian light armored soldiers, 1,500 Carthaginian light infantrymen, 600 Sacred Legion cavalrymen, and 3,000 newly added reinforcements made up of Carthaginian elderly and youths. In addition, there were also 6,200 Phoenician reinforcements, 3,000 heavy infantry, 1,000 light armored soldiers, 2,000 light infantrymen, and 200 cavalrymen. In total, there were 23,800 soldiers. The opposing Dionysian army was made up of 3 legions and West Namibian cavalry. The Legion of Dionysia had 18,000 heavy infantry, 3,000 light infantry, 3,000 light armored soldiers, and 2,500 West Namibian cavalry, for a total of 26,500 soldiers. The Carthaginian army was already in formation. After observing the formation of the Dionite army, Seymours made some adjustments. The final arrangement of the formation was as follows. The middle had 4,000 soldiers of the Sacred Army at the front, and 3,000 new reinforcements made up of old men and young men at the back. The left wing had 6,000 Carthaginian heavy infantrymen and 600 Sacred Army cavalrymen at the periphery of the left wing. The front of the right wing had 3,000 Phoenician heavy infantrymen, and the rear had 2,500 light armored soldiers. The right wing had 200 Phoenician cavalry. In addition, Samos placed the 4,500 light infantry at the back of the formation. If Carthage's formation was relatively balanced on the left, middle, and right, and the left wing was relatively stronger, then Dionia's formation had the same strength. The First Legion was in the middle, the Second Legion was on the left wing, and the Third Legion was on the right wing. 2,500 West Namibian cavalry were evenly distributed on the periphery of the two wings, and Alexis only left 3,000 light armored soldiers as a reserve. There was nothing special about the formation of the two sides. It was the most common formation used by the heavy infantry of the Greek city-states in the early years. Even in the current chaotic Greece, such a formation was becoming rarer and rarer. However, such a mediocre formation would determine the rise and fall of a city-state with a glorious history. The soldiers on both sides seemed to have realized the importance of this battle. They stopped all the noise and stood quietly. The dust that was stirred up earlier gradually dispersed, and the soldiers could clearly see the faces of their opponents hundreds of meters away. On this wide and flat, brownish-yellow land, the formation formed by Carthage and the Dionysian army was like two parallel lines, one black and one white. The contrast between the black and white was so stark that it was like day and night, destined to never coexist. Woo! The bugle sounded, and the Dionysian army launched the first attack. Slingers, javelins, and archers quickly flowed through the chessboard formation and rushed toward Carthage's formation. Carthage's army also blew the bugle to attack, but they did not let the light infantry advance to fight against the Ionia light infantry. Instead, the entire formation accelerated. When the Ionia light infantry rushed out of the formation, the eastern Numidian cavalry on the two flanks had already closed in on Carthage's formation. However, the cavalry in Carthage's formation did not attack. Instead, they retreated further back. After all, Carthage's men had dealt with the western Numidian cavalry too many times and knew their characteristics very well. As the West Numidian cavalry continued to press forward and began to draw their bows, the light infantry archers at the rear of the Carthaginian formation, relying on the long range of their bows, began to rain arrows on the flanks of the West Numidian cavalry. At the same time, the lead balls thrown by the Dionia's First Legion's slingers were already above Carthage's formation. Arrows, javelins, and lead pellets continued to fly into the Carthaginian formation. The screams continued, but the Carthaginian soldiers were not moved at all. They charged forward resolutely, and soon they were engaged in a fierce battle with the Dionian soldiers. Spears were broken, shields were shattered, flesh and blood were splattered, and the sound of battle was deafening. On one side was a new power rising in the western Mediterranean. The soldiers were all well-trained elites, passionate and proud, vowing to win more glorious glory. On the other side was a veteran powerhouse with a long history of hundreds of years. Although pride and glory were a thing of the past, now that a powerful enemy had invaded, the soldiers only had one thought in mind: protect their homeland and drive away the enemy. For this, they were not afraid to sacrifice themselves. Therefore, even though the Dionysian army had the advantage in terms of numbers, the quality of the soldiers was better than the opponent, the efficiency of the military organization was better than the opponent, and the teamwork of the soldiers was better than the opponent. However, after more than 2 hours of battle, Carthage's entire formation had retreated, but both sides were still basically evenly matched. In fact, Carthage's men even had the upper hand in terms of cavalry. Samos used his light infantry to fight against the West Numidian cavalry. After a long battle, the West Numidian cavalry's horses were tired and they had run out of arrows. In addition, they had never engaged in direct confrontation with the enemy, so it could be said that they had basically lost their combat effectiveness. At this time, Samos sent out the Sacred Legion and Phoenician cavalry that had been recuperating at the rear. He had them join forces and attack Dionia's left flank. Alexis had no choice but to send 3,000 light armored soldiers as reserves to the left flank to eliminate the threat. After learning that the cavalry's attack was stopped by the enemy, and seeing that the soldiers who had been fighting for a long time were sweating and exhausted, and the entire formation was slowly retreating, Samos's worry gradually increased. Before this, he had never fought against the Dionysian army. Most of his military career was spent conquering and suppressing the Numidians, and had always been smooth sailing without defeat. Although he had heard a lot about how powerful and terrifying the Dionysian army was, he did not think much of it. According to what he knew about the battle, he believed that in this war, Carthage's current predicament was mainly due to the strength of Dionia's navy, which caused Carthage's navy to suffer a series of crushing defeats. In terms of the army, the strength of the two sides should be about the same. This was because, in Samos's opinion, the real test of the army strength was a battle, and there were not many battles in this war. Chapter 1053. The Minoan army's defeat was actually caused by an unexpected incident. It was not a real battle. Besides, he looked down on Montenegro, who only knew how to enjoy himself. He did not even go to the front line during the battle. It would be strange if he did not fail. As for the final defeat that determined the outcome of the war, according to the latest news he received, it was mainly due to the Carthage army's failure to conquer the city and the Namibians' sudden rebellion. It was not a direct battle with the Dionysian army. The only real battle was the Battle of Gela. Hasdrubal led the army to defeat the Dionia coalition army and successfully captured Gela. In addition, Samos had experience fighting against the Greeks. It was 20 years ago when he followed Hamilcar to fight against Syracuse in Sicily. At that time, he was still a young captain, and the army attacked all the way to the city of Syracuse. If it wasn't for the damn plague, the Carthaginian army wouldn't have suffered a crushing defeat, and it was even more likely that they would have conquered Syracuse. Since the kingdom of Dionia was founded by the Greeks, even if their army was stronger than the people of Syracuse, it was not by much. Now that the city of Carthage was facing a crisis, the soldiers were united against a common enemy. Naturally, they could exert more power than before. In a situation where the number of troops on both sides was roughly equal, they could completely defeat the Dionia. It was based on this judgment that Samos decided to take the initiative to send troops and change the situation through a battle. But now that the battle had progressed, he found that he was wrong. At the beginning of the battle, the Dionia light infantry ran freely in that strange formation, and the Dionia's formation changed from scattered to united. He knew that it was difficult to achieve this without a long period of rigorous training. After that, the Carthage soldiers, motivated by the belief of defending the country, attacked the enemy bravely, but the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were as immovable as a rock. It was until the soldiers were exhausted and mentally tired that they gradually increased the intensity of their attacks. This was an offensive method that only an experienced and mature army would dare to adopt. Samos was already regretting it now, but once the battle began, the situation would be out of his control. Alexis's expression was much more relaxed. She said to Printos, "It's time for the infantry of the Third Fleet to attack." As it turned out, the two of them had received news yesterday. Carthage had sent thousands more reinforcements to Ardis, and these reinforcements were either young or old. Based on the current situation, they quickly deduced that Carthage's men were probably preparing to take the risk and attack. Just as Alexis had said to the commanders, this may be the last battle for Carthage's men. They will definitely give it their all. Although the Dionysian army has the advantage now, they're still in a dangerous situation. If they lose the battle, their situation will be quite dangerous. Therefore, Alexis was also facing a lot of pressure. So he took a safe approach and immediately sent a fast ship to inform the Third Fleet stationed at Kozla Island. After the Dionysian army landed on Africa, the Devers made a simple division of labor for the two fleets under their command. The Sicilian fleet was responsible for the Africa Sea west of Carthage, and the Third Fleet was responsible for the sea east of Africa. When the Middle-Aides received the news, they were overjoyed. The infantry of the Sicilian fleet had already joined forces with the 10th Legion to attack Carthage's Phoenician allies. How could the Third Fleet miss this important battle to defeat Carthage? So he immediately gathered the patrolling warships that night. The next morning, he led the fleet south and entered the port of La Spina. After the 3,000 infantry of the fleet went ashore, they quickly marched west. When they arrived at the Dionia camp, the Dionysian army had already begun to line up outside the camp. After receiving the news that the infantry of the Third Fleet had arrived, Alexis asked the orderly to inform them. Rest well in the camp, wait for orders, and be ready to attack at any time. And now it was time for this new force to go out and kill the enemy. When the Carthage army was showing signs of decline, the energetic infantry of the Third Fleet appeared on the battlefield. In the dusty and noisy battlefield, it was difficult to accurately understand the situation in time. So when Samos received the bad news, the infantry of the fleet had already launched an attack on the left flank of the Carthage army. Although the Carthage soldiers were still fighting tenaciously, defeat was a fact. In order to avoid too many casualties and leaving no one to defend the city of Carthage, Samos ordered, "Immediately blow the bugle to retreat." The physical strength and morale of the Carthage coalition army had fallen sharply. After the bugle sounded, they quickly fell into a full-scale retreat. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia immediately gave chase. Alexis also sent someone to urge the Western Namibian cavalry, who had been watching from the sidelines for the second half of the battle, to join the pursuit. This forced a large number of Carthage's defeated soldiers to flee into the mountains to get rid of the fierce pursuit of the Dionysian army. At dusk, Alexis withdrew her troops and returned to camp. This battle, which involved more than 50,000 people and lasted nearly 4 hours, was very tragic. Just the frontal battle alone caused nearly 5,000 casualties on both sides, nearly 2,000 casualties for the Dionia soldiers, and more than 3,000 casualties for the Carthage soldiers. In addition, nearly 6,000 Carthage soldiers were captured. When the news reached Carthage, the whole city was shocked. The people panicked and cried in pain for a long time. On the second day, Samos did not care about the Aedians' persuasion to stay, nor did he care about the defeated soldiers returning one after another. He gathered the remaining troops and fled back to the city of Carthage. Because of grief and anger, the people of Carthage surrounded Samos, who entered the city with his tail between his legs. First, they scolded him. Then they beat him until he fell to the ground. In order to appease the anger of the people, the Senate conducted a trial in absentia as soon as possible. The result of the trial, crucifixion. This was perhaps the most tragic death of a leading general in the history of Carthage. However, the execution of Samos did not change the situation of the war. On the third day, Alexis led the rested army westward, and the city of Addis surrendered. On the fourth day, the Dionysian army met up with the eastern Namibian army northward in Addis. On the fifth day, the Dionia allied army continued to advance westward. The city of Tunes surrendered, followed by the city of Megalopolis. Finally, more than 40,000 Dionia allied army soldiers bypassed Lake Tunes, now known as Lake Tunis, and approached the city of Carthage. The terrified people of Carthage stood on the western city wall, watching the densely packed Dionia soldiers wantonly destroy the crisscrossing ditches on the isthmus between Lake Biscay and Lake Tunes, uprooting plots of farmland one after another, and then began to build camps on it. It was obvious that they were preparing to completely seal off the people of Carthage in the city. The people of Carthage thought it was an isthmus. But in fact, the shortest distance between the two lakes was about 10 miles, and the terrain was very flat. The terrified people of Carthage did not dare to attack. They could only hide within the tall and thick city wall, stepping up their defensive preparations. Men, women, old, and young were mobilized, equipped with weapons, ready to fight at any time. All the blacksmiths in the city worked 24 hours a day, urgently producing all kinds of weapons: daggers, javelins, spears, shields. In fact, the panicking elders even went through the high priest's suggestion to convince the citizens of the city to hold a sacrificial ceremony of unprecedented scale, praying for the protection of Dionia's guardian god, Baal Harmon. This ceremony was once popular among the Phoenicians of the western Mediterranean Sea, causing other races to pale in fear at the mention of it. In recent decades, this ceremony had been held less frequently. However, at this time, the people of Carthage were already on the verge of despair. This was their last hope, so almost no one objected. After drawing lots, a total of 200 children under the age of 6 were chosen. Amidst the chanting of the people of the city, they were pushed alive into the fiery pit in front of the statue of Baal Harmon. Their mournful cries made the people of Carthage feel even more pain and confusion. However, after the ceremony, Baal Harmon's protection did not appear. Instead, bad news kept coming. Doritos had also surrendered to Dionia. Not long after, other than Carthage, the second largest Phoenician city, Utica, had also chosen to surrender. Thus, the other Dionysian army, Legio IV, and the infantry of the Sicilian fleet, was able to pass through the western coastal road, approaching Carthage city from the west. At the same time, some of the warships of the Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet sailed into Lake Biscay and Lake Tunes, anchored at the simple pier built by the Dionysian army in the camp. The people of Carthage had long ago opened up the communication between the two lagoons and the sea, and had even built a port at the point where the lagoons extended into the city. At this point, the city of Carthage was completely surrounded, isolated, and helpless. The reason why the elders, led by Hanno, had not yet made up their minds and completely accepted Dionia's terms of negotiation was that they still had one last hope: interference from Persia. In fact, Tyre had indeed responded to Carthage's request and sent an emissary to Babylon. When the king of Persia, Artaxerxes, received the news that Carthage was actually forced into a corner by Dionia, he was very surprised. After much consideration, he decided to send an emissary to the western Mediterranean Sea to understand the process of the war in detail, to find out the actual situation of Dionia, and to understand the true attitude of the newly rising Greek kingdom towards Persia. Mediating the war was only a secondary goal. After all, he had been in power for more than 20 years, and he knew very well that Dionia had gone through a lot of hardships to force the enemy into a desperate situation. How could Dionia give up all its hard work just because of a few words from 1,000 miles away? Not to mention that Persia had yet to show the newly established country its strength. In mid-February, when the passenger ship of the Persia emissary entered the waters of Carthage, it was intercepted by the battleships of Dionia. Even though he claimed that he was the emissary sent by the king of Persia, he was still prohibited from entering Carthage city. The Persia emissary had no choice but to seek an audience with the king of Dionia and was taken to Lily. The Devers did not treat the Persia emissary coldly, and the reception ceremony was quite grand. But since the Corinth War, not only did Sparta, the local overlord of Greece, rely on the support of Persia, but the major Greek city-states such as Athens, Corinth, and Thebes also had to rely on Persia. Persia had become the de facto overlord of the eastern Mediterranean. Therefore, every time the emissary of the Greek city-states came to Persia, in order to achieve his goal, he often bribed officials at all levels, while the emissary of Persia enjoyed a high standard of reception throughout Greece. But when the emissary of Persia came to the western Mediterranean complacently, he was hit in the head. Not only was his passenger ship hijacked, but his request was also rejected. Naturally, he was filled with anger. After seeing the Devers, he saw that the barbarian king was neither wearing a precious crown nor a gorgeous robe, and even received him in an ordinary living room. His heart was full of contempt. After saying a few words, he said to the Devers in a commanding tone, "Our holy and noble king is very concerned about the war between Dionia and Carthage. He hopes that both sides can immediately stop the war, return to the land they occupied, and return to the state before the war began. As long as both sides follow this, they will gain the friendship of Persia. Otherwise, the consequences will be so severe that Dionia will not be able to bear it." Facing the arrogance of the emissary of Persia, the Devers, who was almost 50 years old, became more shrewd. He did not ridicule the emissary of Persia like how he ridiculed the emissary of Sparta, Phoebidas. He said in a calm tone, "It's good enough that you Persia can manage the affairs of Asia well. You don't need to worry about the affairs of the western Mediterranean." Both sides parted on bad terms. Even the banquet that was to be held after the meeting was cancelled. The next day, the passenger ship of the emissary of Persia sailed away from Lily and was escorted all the way away from the western Mediterranean. When the emissary of Persia returned to Babylon, he told Artaxerxes about his tragic experience in the western Mediterranean and the message that the king of Dionia wanted him to bring to the king of Persia. The king of Persia was furious and swore in public that one day he would give the kingdom of Dionia the most severe punishment. The elders of Carthage did not receive any news from the Persia, but the attack of Dionia had been making them nervous. The Dionysian army had not sent any soldiers to attack the city, but their ballistae were bombarding the city walls every day. They even threw fire cans into the city to increase the panic of the people in the city. They had also built earth ramparts that were taller than the city walls. They even threw fire cans into the city to increase the panic of the people in the city. The army of Dionia was not only attacking the city on land, but their navy was also not idling. They put together several warships, laid planks on them, and installed ballistae and bows on them. They approached the ports in the two lakes and attacked the defensive facilities in the city. The Dionysian army did not use their full strength. It was more like they were practicing the tactics of attacking the city by sea and land. However, the people of Carthage, who had never been in such a desperate situation, felt a little breathless. The siege lasted for more than 3 months. The city walls were damaged, drinking water was scarce, most of the city was destroyed, and the morale of the people of Carthage was extremely low. Finally, they lowered their proud heads and were forced to sign an extremely harsh truce with the people of Dionia. Carthage admitted that Sicily, Corsica, and Sardinia would be under the rule of the kingdom of Dionia. All the colonial cities in Iberia were ceded to Dionia, excluding the new colonies that the Maganid family later conquered. Carthage agreed to incorporate the territory of Hadrumetum into the kingdom of Dionia. Carthage was not allowed to infringe the interests of the Namibians, the allies of Dionia in the east and west. Carthage and Dionia restored peace and resumed trade for a period of 20 years. Any disputes of interest during the period would be resolved by the two parties through consultation. During the period, they were not allowed to infringe the alliance of the two parties. Half a year later, the island of Ortygia also surrendered due to the exhaustion of food. At this point, the war between Dionia and Carthage ended. Literature Museum. Chapter 1054. The news that Dionia had defeated Carthage and forced him to sign a truce agreement spread throughout the kingdom of Dionia, and the people of Dionia were in jubilation. Not long after, the news also spread to Greece, shocking many city-states, especially Sparta. Once, when Dionia was besieged by many forces, Sparta had secretly instigated the fugitive forces in Apulia to recapture their former territory. But now, with its own strength, Dionia had cleanly destroyed Rome, subdued Samni, and defeated Carthage. It was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the western Mediterranean. Sparta, on the other hand, was now in a quagmire of war. The elders of Sparta, who had a guilty conscience, were worried that their previous actions could not be hidden from the knowledgeable people of Dionia. If Dionia suddenly turned against Sparta, it would undoubtedly make the situation worse. Therefore, Sparta hurriedly sent messengers to Thurii to congratulate Dionia on winning the war against Carthage. At the same time, they also tentatively made a request. They hoped that Dionia could provide some assistance to Sparta in the war. The Devers had long seen through the intentions of Sparta. He did not openly accuse Sparta of the filthy things they had done during the war in the western Mediterranean, nor did he agree to Sparta's request. Instead, he tactfully said that Dionia had won the war, but after the war there was a series of thorny issues such as rebuilding their homeland, reorganizing the order, appeasing the people, and resuming trade. So, the kingdom still needed to work together to gradually restore the prosperity before the war. Therefore, they did not have the energy and time to care about the affairs of other countries. Sparta was temporarily relieved. The Devers used similar words to respond to the messengers from Athens who later came to ask for help. As for the Thebes, they were still besieged by the Sparta army. They were tired of dealing with all kinds of attacks. They did not know much about what was happening in the western Mediterranean, nor did they have the energy to understand it. Although the Devers had reassured Sparta, the Sparta Council of Elders still felt the urgency of the situation. They were dissatisfied with the Sparta king Cleombrotus' long campaign without any progress, and finally decided to use the more resourceful Agesilaus as the commander of the entire army. Agesilaus accepted it generously and declared, "Since the elders and the people think that he is the best candidate, he will definitely do his best." He led his army to the border of Sparta to offer sacrifices and showed the soldiers that it was a good omen, so the morale of the army was high. As the mountain range on the southern edge of the Pyotia region, which was adjacent to the Corinth Isthmus, was heavily guarded by the Thebes, and in addition to the fact that Athens and the Thebes had joined forces, the road from the Corinth Isthmus to the Boeotia region was not only difficult, but also full of danger. Aeneas led his army to the port of Hegemon, which was not far west of Corinth. After crossing the Corinth Bay by boat, they landed on the beach of the Boeotia region. As he had already sent someone to inform a Sparta army stationed in the area in advance to capture a mountain pass not far from the landing place, the army crossed the mountain without any hindrance and entered the plains of the Boeotia region. They quickly joined forces with the Sparta supporters, Thespiaspia, which was only 20 miles west of the Thebes. Originally, Agesilaus thought that his rapid military action would disrupt the Thebes' defensive deployment, but he found that the Thebes and their allies had built fences and earthen ramparts, built trenches, and placed deer abatis at all the strategic locations around the Thebes city. If the Sparta army wanted to approach the city of Thebes, they had to capture these strategic locations one by one, and the Thebes army would not let them do so. Wherever Agesilaus led his army to attack, the Thebes would send a large number of troops to guard the place. As the Thebes fought on the interior lines, they could mobilize their troops more flexibly and quickly. Moreover, the Thebes army would not just defend, they would also attack at the right time, attacking the Sparta soldiers who had separated from the main force or were eating and resting. This series of defensive strategies was mainly devised by Epaminondas, which gave Agesilaus a headache. After half a year of campaigning, he still could not achieve any breakthrough. In autumn, the soldiers of the Sparta alliance returned to their hometowns. Agesilaus also wanted to lead the Sparta warriors back home, so he appointed Phoebidas to lead the mercenaries to stay in the Thespiae area and wait for an opportunity to attack the Thebes. Phoebidas, who was hated by the Thebes, adopted an even more vicious strategy. He sent out many small troops, bypassing the Thebes' defensive locations, killing the Thebes who were hiding behind them, and constantly destroying their fields. The Thebes were furious. They ignored Epaminondas' advice and hastily sent out their army to attack Thespiae. As a result, Phoebidas was prepared. He targeted the formation and repelled the attack of the Thebes army in the battle. In order to expand the results of the battle and weaken the Thebes' strength, he personally led the army to chase after the routed soldiers. As a result, the Thebes cavalry and some infantrymen panicked and fled into a canyon that they could not pass through. The routed Thebes soldiers who had nowhere else to go gathered and decided to fight to the death. At this time, because the speed of the pursuit was too fast, the heavy infantrymen of Thespiae fell far behind. Only Phoebidas and a few hundred Thracian light shield-bearers stood in front of the Thebes cavalry. Everything happened too suddenly. Just as Phoebidas ordered the Thracian mercenaries to get into formation, the Thebes cavalry recklessly launched a frontal assault. The momentum produced by the galloping of hundreds of war horses was undoubtedly terrifying. After running for a long time, the Thracians, who were already very tired, were afraid. Before the Thebes cavalry arrived in front of them, the Thracians had already started to retreat. The Thebes army took advantage of the situation and attacked fiercely. The Thracian mercenaries retreated on all fronts. Phoebidas mixed in with the routed soldiers and attempted to escape. However, how could the Thebes cavalry let him escape? They kept a close eye on him. Very soon, they surrounded him and stabbed him to death with their spears. After that, they drove the routed soldiers to confuse the heavy infantrymen of Thespiae who rushed over. The allied forces of the Sparta army suffered a crushing defeat. The Thebes army chased after them until the sky turned dark. Only then did they withdraw and return to their camp. In this battle, the Thebes were defeated first and then won. Not only did they kill their most hated enemy, Phoebidas, but they also weakened the strength of the Thebes, Thespiae. The citizens of the Thebes cheered for this. This also made the citizens of the other city-states of Boeotia that were controlled by Sparta feel excited. Taking advantage of this favorable opportunity, the Thebes even sent out their army again and took the initiative to attack Thespiae and the surrounding city-states that were affiliated with Sparta. This forced Sparta to send out an army during the winter to help defend Thespiae. In the early spring of the next year, 377 BC, 17 years of the kingdom of Dionia, the Sparta Council of Elders and the censors appointed Agesilaus as the commander of the allied forces once again. This time, Agesilaus led his army to travel by land and quickly marched through the Isthmus of Corinth. Taking advantage of the fact that the Thebes were unprepared, he broke through their defensive line in the mountains and attacked the area east of the city of Thebes. Using Plataea as a base, he ravaged the land. Although he had obtained some victories, the resistance of the Thebes was still very tenacious, causing the Sparta army to be unable to make any breakthrough. In autumn, Agesilaus had no choice but to withdraw his army again. At this time, the Thebes had a serious shortage of food. Because of the destruction of the war, their land had not been able to harvest anything for 2 years. In the history of the previous life, the Thebes had sent a fleet to the northern Thessaly town to buy food. However, this time Peropides suggested that they go to the kingdom of Dionia across the Adriatic Sea to buy food. Some people objected that Dionia and Sparta had always signed a friendly agreement and had a close relationship with each other. It was impossible for Dionia to buy food for the Thebes. Peropides' answer was, "Anyway, the distance is close and the journey is very convenient. It is not a big deal to give it a try. But if we succeed, not only will we open up a new channel to buy food, but we will also be able to find out the attitude of the Dionia towards this war. This is very important." In the end, Peropides' suggestion was approved. The Thebes sent 3 three-decker or warships carrying 10 talent. Taking advantage of the winter, when the Sparta army was resting and the sea blockade of Corinth Bay was relaxed, they took the risk to sail out of Corinth Bay, cross the Adriatic Sea, and arrived at the port city on the east coast of the kingdom of Dionia, Odlum. When the governor of Odlum heard that the Thebes had come to buy food, he did not dare to make a decision without considering the political implications behind it. He immediately sent a messenger to Thurii to ask for instructions. When the Devers heard about it, they used a seemingly joking sentence to set the tone of the matter. "If the Sparta can let the fugitives of Apria travel to our country, why can't we give the Thebes a little help? Besides, this is just an ordinary business transaction." Therefore, the city of Odlum not only sold the food to the Thebes at a low price, but also sent cargo ships to help transport it. In fact, the Sparta fleet had already received the news that the Thebes had sent a fleet out to buy food. They had already made arrangements and were waiting for the Thebes fleet to return to Corinth Bay to capture them. As a result, when the Sparta fleet saw the Thebes ships with the flag of the kingdom of Dionia painted on their sails, they did not dare to act rashly. They watched the Thebes ships disembark at the north side of the bay and unload the goods unhurriedly. After the incident, the commander of the Sparta fleet hurriedly reported the matter to Sparta. The council of elders and inspectors were shocked and hurriedly sent messengers to Thurii. The Devers did not show up at all. The Senate's rotating president, Antares, received the messengers. Faced with the Sparta's questioning, he casually replied with the king's own words, "This is just an ordinary business transaction. It's not worth making a fuss about." Chapter 1055. Sparta's emissary asked Dionia to make a promise that they would not support Sparta's enemies in the future. Antares used the words of the Devers' king to reply, but with more anger. "If you can allow the Apelian rebels to return to the Peloponnesus Peninsula, why can't we sell some food to the Thebes? Sparta should be thankful that we, Dionia, are only selling food, not anything else." The Sparta emissary returned angrily. The Dionia's words made all the Sparta elders and censors vigilant. They realized that the Dionia had always held a grudge against Sparta. This made them feel even more anxious. But in the spring of the next year, 376 BC, the 18th year of the kingdom of Dionia, Agesilaus was bedridden and unable to go to war. The censors had no choice but to appoint another king of Sparta, Cleombrotus, as the commander-in-chief of the entire army, and continue to attack the Thebes. When the allied forces had gathered, Cleombrotus decided to take the route that Agesilaus had taken when he first attacked the Thebes. He crossed the Gulf of Corinth by boat, landed in the western part of Pyotia and met up with the Thespians. However, the Thebes had already suffered once, so they would not be fooled again. They laid an ambush in the mountains to the south of Thespia and waited for the Sparta army to pass through the mountain pass before launching a surprise attack and repelling them. Seeing that the Thebes had occupied the main road, Cleombrotus believed that it was impossible to enter the territory of the Thebes again, so he led his army back to Peloponnesus. After that, envoys from various allies gathered in Sparta. They were dissatisfied with the fact that Sparta had been conscripting its citizens to fight against the Thebes for years, but there had been no obvious progress. They complained that the citizens were getting more and more lazy about the war, and if it continued like this, they might refuse to fight again. They made a new suggestion. The Thebes were heavily defended in the south, and it would be difficult to break through. However, the allied warships outnumbered Athens. Why not use a fleet to bypass Athens by sea, land in the north of central Greece, and join forces with the Phocians to attack the Thebes from the northwest? In the end, Sparta accepted this suggestion and sent a fleet of 60 three-oared warships. However, when the fleet circled the waters near Athens, they also robbed the ships carrying grain from the Black Sea to Attica. Athens almost fell into famine, and immediately sent 80 warships to catch up with the Sparta fleet near Naxos, not the city of Naxos in Sicily of the kingdom of Dionia. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, and the Sparta fleet was defeated, leading to the failure of the previously planned military campaign. The people of Athens were encouraged by this victory, and because of the request of the Thebes, they also decided to send a fleet of 50 three-oared warships to circumnavigate the peninsula of Peloponnesus and attack the navy of the Sparta alliance. The Council of Athens appointed Timotheus, the son of Conon, one of the heroes of the revival of Athens, who had served in Persia, as the commander of the fleet. In 375 BC, the 19th year of the kingdom of Dionia, Timotheus led his fleet to set sail. Along the way, he did not land on the island of Peloponnesus, but he did something important, which was to land on the island of Cæcila. He did not enslave the local residents, nor did he force them to change their political system. As a result, all the city-states on the island were willing to join the maritime alliance of Athens. The island of Cæcila was the closest Greek land to the kingdom of Dionia, which meant that the maritime power of Athens had extended to the vicinity of the Adriatic Sea. However, the kingdom of Dionia did not say anything about this at this time. As the Athens fleet circled the peninsula of Peloponnesus, the Sparta alliance had to be wary of it, so they did not launch any large-scale attacks on the Thebes. The Thebes seized this opportunity and boldly attacked everywhere, attempting to liberate and conquer the neighboring city-states of Pyotia that were controlled by the Sparta army. Among them, the most famous military operation was commanded by Peropides. When the Thebes received information that the Sparta army that was originally stationed in the city of Alhamenos had been transferred away, Peropides thought that this was a good opportunity to conquer the neighboring northern neighbors. Alhamenos and the Thebes were separated by the Capes Lake. So he led 300 infantry and dozens of cavalry hurriedly around the Capes Lake and marched north. As a result, when he approached the city of Alhamenos, he received a depressing news. The Sparta garrison had returned to the city. Peropides did not want to attack the city by force because it would cause more casualties among the soldiers. So, he led the army back without any success. Unexpectedly, when the army passed through a place called Taesia, they suddenly encountered a Sparta army from the north. The haste of the incident was beyond Peropides' expectations, and the Sparta army outnumbered the soldiers he led. There was a strong enemy blocking the way in front, and the city of Alhamenos was not far behind. The Sparta garrison in the city could attack at any time, and the Capes Lake was blocking the way on the side. The Thebes army was in a desperate situation and could not escape. Peropides could only lead the army to fight to the death. He placed 300 infantry in the middle, and the cavalry was divided into two wings. As soon as the formation was in place, the Sparta army attacked fiercely. The battle did not last long, and the Thebes cavalry on both wings were defeated. However, in the middle, the Sparta army, which had more soldiers than their opponents, was in a difficult battle. This was because they were facing the sacred army of the Thebes, which was specially formed by the government of the Thebes and specially trained by Epaminondas. The 150 pairs of gay Thebes were not afraid in the face of a strong enemy. Not only did they attack fiercely, but they also cooperated very well. They even encouraged each other during the battle, so their morale was always high. After a period of fierce battle, the Sparta army began to retreat under their attack. To make matters worse, their commander died in the battle, and finally, the Sparta army was defeated. Due to the dangerous situation, Peropides did not dare to give the order to pursue. He led the victorious army back to the Thebes in a hurry. In this battle, the number of people on both sides was less than 1,000. Although the scale was small, it was more significant. Unlike the battle that killed Phoebides, this time they won in a face-to-face battle. There were many real Sparta warriors in the defeated Sparta army. So the victory shocked the whole of central Greece and encouraged many people in central Greece who were controlled by the Sparta army to rebel. This also made the fledgling sacred army of Thebes famous in Greece. Beep, beep, beep. Early in the morning, the irritating copper whistle sounded in the tourist slave camp. Under the urging of the foreman, the slaves quickly got up and washed up, then lined up to the canteen for breakfast. The cafeteria of the slave camp was similar to the cafeteria of the Tali military camp, but it was smaller. It was a square tetrahedron building with more than 20 pillars supporting the 4-meter-high flat stone roof. 3 sides were open and unobstructed, while the other side was the kitchen. The spacious hall was neatly arranged with tables and benches, enough to accommodate 200 to 300 people at a time. The slaves smelled the aroma of food in the air, but they did not rush to the table. They still lined up in an orderly manner and walked to the steaming display window. In the beginning, these slaves were not so disciplined. They only knew the rules after many severe punishments. "Uncle, what's good for breakfast today?" A slave stood in front of the display window and handed his wooden plate and jar in. He could not wait to ask. Most of the chefs and helpers in the slave camp were slaves or freed slaves. Therefore, they often had a good attitude towards the slaves who came to the canteen to eat. Sometimes they even took extra care of them. The middle-aged chef with a wooden spoon said with a smile, "You're in luck today. Not only is there bread, oatmeal, and broth for breakfast, but also a piece of smoked beef for everyone. Each piece of bread is smeared with honey." "Really? Do I need to lie to you?" The chef held the breakfast on a wooden plate and handed it to him. "Take a good look at it yourself." "Wow, there's really meat." The slave shouted excitedly. Hearing his shout, there was a commotion among the slaves at the back. "What's going on?" "Quiet." The foreman's shout immediately made the line return to silence, but every slave's face was full of desire. "Get your breakfast and leave quickly. Don't block there," the foreman urged in a stern tone. The slave bit the honey bread, held the wooden plate, and quickly found a table nearby to sit down. The chef was a freed slave, so he was not afraid of the fierce foreman at all. Instead, he used a wooden spoon to knock on the copper pot filled with broth and said loudly to the slaves, "Do you know why today's breakfast is so rich? I heard that yesterday more than 20 slaves fainted at the quarry site, and a few slaves were injured. Actually, 7 slaves died. When the doctors were treating them, they found out that the reason they fainted was because they were too hungry. Later, I don't know how, but His Majesty found out about this and specifically gave instructions to let you eat well and ensure your health. After Sir Acarus received the order, he did not rest well at night and immediately came to discuss with us. He also urgently sent people to the Turiae market to buy food. From now on, not only will your breakfast be rich, but your dinner will also be rich. At noon, the food will also be transported to the construction site for you to eat." The slaves immediately cheered, and the whole canteen was boiling. The foreman's face changed and was about to shout loudly. The chef shouted loudly, "Let us thank the merciful His Majesty the Devers! Thank the merciful His Majesty the Devers!" The canteen was filled with cheers. More than half of these slaves came from the Western Mediterranean war a few years ago. Each of them had their own race's god, but under the long-term influence of other slaves and the environment in the camp, most of them began to believe in Hades. Chapter 1056. Not only was Hades the protector of the Dionia kingdom, he was also the protector of the slaves. If they wanted to regain their freedom, they would need his protection. The long passage of time had gradually worn away the hatred in their hearts. Instead, they started to have a good impression of the king of Dionia who had once defeated them. Not only was he a descendant of Hades, but the life of the nobles under his rule was much better than the slaves of the city-states and races. Hence, most of the cheers came from the bottom of their hearts. "We have to thank the commander of our camp, Icarus." The middle-aged chef reminded them loudly. This time, the cheers were much softer, but it was still loud enough to be heard by Icarus, who had just entered the kitchen to check on the improvement of the breakfast. He couldn't help but smile. He turned around and asked his follower, "What's the name of this chef?" "My lord, his name is Isnicus. He comes from Asia Minor. He was once a slave in the Christoia restaurant in the outer city of Turin for 4 years. After that, he gained his freedom and became a probationary citizen. He has been recruited here as a chef for 2 years now." The follower who spoke was a recorder of the slave camp. Naturally, he was very familiar with the situation. The reason why Icarus brought him along when he inspected the canteen was because if he found out that the chefs in the canteen didn't perform his orders well, the harshest punishment he could give them would be a mark on their records. This would greatly affect their chances of becoming a full citizen or gaining their freedom in the future. However, at this moment, Icarus spoke in a low voice. He knows how to spread the benevolence of His Majesty. His performance is not bad. Mark him down. When he said, "Mark him down," it was obvious that he was referring to a good evaluation. The recorder, who was also a probationary citizen, looked at the middle-aged chef with envy. He replied in a low voice, "Yes, my lord." One of the main reasons why many freedmen and probationary citizens chose to work in the city hall or various departments was because it was easier to gain merits and become a citizen of the kingdom. A department like the slave camp wasn't as prestigious as other administrative departments. The highest rank was only a basic administrative position. There weren't many officials under them. Even the guards and patrols of the camp were sent out from the nearby barracks. They weren't under the jurisdiction of the slave camp. However, because of this, the low-level public servants and employees in the slave camp were more likely to be valued. It was easier for them to gain merits. There were many applicants. Unfortunately, the camp preferred to recruit freed slaves. Not to mention that the Devers order made the slave camp's supervisor, Icarus, busy himself. The slaves sat in the canteen and ate a rich breakfast. Once a noble of Rome, now a slave of the kingdom of Dionia, Camus Fabius Vibranus sat quietly in the corner, chewing on bread and drinking meat soup. He wasn't as lucky as the Roman soldiers who surrendered because of the plague in Saturnicum. He was captured when the Roman army rescued the city of Gabii. Although Publius, a senator from Rome, had proposed several times in the Senate of Dionia that the Roman soldiers who were captured during the war in the Western Mediterranean should also be freed, this proposal had never been passed. These noble soldiers of Rome had resisted several times when they first became slaves of the kingdom. However, after being mercilessly suppressed, they had no choice but to accept the cruel reality. After a long period of hard physical labor and whipping, they became numb and obedient. Just like Camus, who was born in a large Roman family, was eating his breakfast happily with the other slaves. At this time, someone sat down beside him. He raised his head and took a look. Then he said joyfully, "Maximus, you've recovered." Maximus was also a former noble of Rome, but he wasn't captured in battle. He was captured when Rome was breached and he was trying to escape to Mount Capitoline with his family. He was different from Camus, who was single. His family were all slaves of the kingdom, so they didn't live in a collective slave dormitory. Instead, they were allocated a simple wooden house. However, he had to pay extra for housing, so his burden was heavier than Camus. I've seen a doctor and taken medicine for 2 days. I'm fine now, Maximus said. The slaves were the wealth of the kingdom. Most of them were engaged in heavy physical labor, and their diet was not as good as that of the common people. It was common for them to fall sick and get injured. Therefore, there was a special hospital in the camp. The major Turii hospital would send doctors to take turns to be on duty to ensure the slaves' health. Although they were paid less and the workload was heavy, they could come in contact with a large number of patients, so interns often fought to be on duty. When Camus heard that, he said happily, "That's great." When you weren't around these few days, the foreman made random arrangements for our team's work. Everyone was unhappy with the work, so we're all looking forward to your recovery. Maximus was shocked. He quickly asked in a low voice, "You guys didn't mess around, right?" "How would we dare to mess around? At most, we'll just complain a little," Camus mumbled. "You can't complain. Have you forgotten what happened to Brutus and the others? Furthermore, all of you have been performing well previously. After this huge project is completed, we will definitely be able to obtain more rewards. Starting from next year's celebration, we will be able to obtain freedom every year. Therefore, don't arouse the jealousy of the foreman just because of a momentary pleasure. That will ruin all of our previous efforts." Maximus warned with a solemn expression. The lesson of Brutus and the others he mentioned referred to the 2 riots caused by the Rome people in the Turii slave camp a few years ago. After that, a senator of Dionia suggested that the Rome slaves were unruly and liked to cause trouble. Turii was the center of the kingdom. In order to avoid any accidents that might disrupt the stability of Turii, the Rome slaves should be moved out of the Turii slave camp and scattered to other slave camps in towns far away from the Turii region. Due to Publius' strong obstruction, the proposal was not passed in the end. A small number of Rome slaves who did not participate in the riots were left behind. Publius even specially sent someone to the camp to warn the Rome slaves that among all the slave camps in the kingdom of Dionia, the Turii camp was the one with the best treatment and the easiest way to make a contribution. As Turii was the center of the kingdom, the supervision was very strong. The management of the camp generally did not dare to mess around. Some slave camps in remote areas were much worse, such as Sardinia, where there were slaves dying in the mines every month. One could imagine how bad the conditions were. If they wanted to be healthy and free as soon as possible, it was best for them to behave themselves here. We've really been working hard these few days. The stones we've struck every day are a few more than the other teams. Camus swore as he stole a glance at the foreman who was patrolling in the canteen. He then said in a low voice with hatred, "If he dares to underreport our team's results, I'll report him to the conservator." The number of slaves in the Turii slave camp was as high as tens of thousands at its peak. Now, there were nearly 10,000 slaves. In order to better manage and appease them, as well as to supervise the officials in the camp, there was also a separate conservator in the camp. After the camp riots a few years ago, the number of conservators was also increased. Most of them were Dionia's citizens who were born as slaves. "Don't talk too much. Hurry up and finish your breakfast. We'll go up the mountain to work," Maximus reminded them. Not long after he finished speaking, they heard the foreman urging them loudly. The 2 of them wolfed down their breakfast. They even picked up the breadcrumbs on the table and ate them. If it was a few years ago, they would not have done so at all. The difficult environment had changed them. When they hurriedly walked out of the canteen, another large group of slaves hurriedly walked in. The schedule was arranged so that the thousands of slaves in the camp could finish their breakfast in a short period of time and get to work in time. The last batch to enter the canteen was always the female slaves and children. There were not many of them, less than 1,000. After all, the slaves of the kingdom were different from private slaves. Most of them were engaged in heavy manual labor. They mainly needed male slaves. However, during the war in the western Mediterranean a few years ago, Dionia had captured many captives with their families. Most of them were Rome, Latin, and Phoenicians. According to the rules regarding slaves in the law of Dionysia, it was not allowed to break up a slave's family inhumanely and sell them separately. Moreover, Dionia did not prohibit the union of male and female slaves belonging to the kingdom. This was because slaves with families were naturally more obedient and motivated, which was conducive to the stability of the slave camp. Of course, these female slaves had to work regardless of whether they had families or not. They served as kitchen helpers, sewing slaves' clothes, helping to buy food, serving as salespeople in shops in the slave camp, and even being sent out as temporary employees, and so on, since there were more men than women in the camp, in order to prevent them from being harassed and violated. There were strict rules in the slavery law. Regardless of whether it was the male slaves or the camp officials and employees, those who violated the law would be severely punished. Therefore, such bad behavior was almost extinct in the Talii camp. This also allowed the male slaves with families to leave their families and work outside without worry. In the center of the slave camp, there was a simple square. This compacted and flat grass was not only used to gather slaves and announce some announcements, but also a place for slaves to exercise and compete during leisure time. On the side of the square, there were several large black boards, on which some announcements about slaves were written with white pen. There were also some information about hiring issued by the camp. As public servants, their usual work was mainly responsible for the construction and maintenance of public works, such as temples, bridges, roads, and the mining of public mines. Literature Hall, Chapter 1057. But at the same time, the slave camp also accepted some private employment, temporarily renting out the remaining labor. Part of the gold and silver earned would be handed over to the slave management office. Part of it would be used for the camp's own expenses, and a small part of it would be used to pay the slaves. According to the regulations, slaves who worked in the camp for half a year could be paid a certain amount of monthly salary according to their performance. Although the salary was far lower than the normal salary in the market, it also greatly boosted the enthusiasm of the slaves in their work and reduced their sense of resistance. Although the slave management office clearly marked the price of all kinds of labor performed by private employees, and they were not allowed to hire them for more than a month, the demand for such temporary employment was still very strong. For example, various celebrations caused a surge in foreign tourists, and various restaurants, hotels, and shops were short of manpower. Also, during the autumn harvest, there would also be a shortage of labor in private households. One of the main reasons why short-term employment of public employees was very popular was that the cost was lower than that of normal employees. But because of the strong demand, the financial aspect of the slave camp was often an important target of the censors and conservators. In the past 10 years, dozens of officials in the slave camp of Turin had been severely punished for corruption and bribery. The reason why the management office of the slave camp would write detailed information, requirements, and the specific number of employees on the blackboard was that they hoped that, after seeing the information, the slaves would sign up voluntarily according to their own situation. For example, Christoia's restaurant needed to temporarily hire 4 slaves who could keep accounts, so the applicants needed to have a certain ability to count and write Greek, and the slaves could make judgments according to their own situation. On the other hand, in addition to a little extra pay from the management office, the slaves who completed the private employment would be given priority by the camp management office. After all, this fully showed that they could integrate into the life of the kingdom. This forced the slaves in the camp to take the initiative to learn the language and writing of Dionia. There were special schools in the camp to teach the language and writing, but they had to pay for it. This was a very good means of assimilation. When Maximus passed by these bulletin boards, he subconsciously looked at the content on them. This had become his habit. As long as he stayed in the camp, when there was no task, he would come to the field to check the bulletin boards to see if there was any work to do. As the head of the family, not only did he have a wife, but he also had 2 underage children. Although the cafeteria also provided some free food for the children, that little bit of food was not enough to meet the needs of the children's growth. He still needed to spend money to buy food from the camp shops to satisfy the children's desire for good food. Besides, as a former noble of Rome, Maximus not only longed for freedom, but he also longed for his children to develop well in this new kingdom. Therefore, he had to let his children learn the language of Dionia from now on. However, this required money. Therefore, he had never been idle. He had worked as a private employee many times, which had also deepened his understanding of the kingdom. Today's bulletin board was the same as usual. There was no extra content except for one, encouraging the slaves to work hard to complete the task of expanding the main temple of Turii Hades. When the task was completed, the slaves with good performance would be given the priority of freedom, and so on. Maximus was not excited about this because he knew that, according to the rules, slaves generally had to work for 4 years before they were eligible for freedom. As for whether they could get freedom or not, it depended on their past performance and whether they could get the approval of the management office. He did not have enough years. There were already hundreds of slaves gathered in the square. Maximus's arrival made some slaves happy. They greeted him. The foreman also came over and asked with concern, "Are you well?" "I'm fine. Don't force yourself. If something happens, I will be implicated." "I'm really fine." "Well, you still care about your original team." As soon as the foreman finished speaking, the slaves around him cheered. The foreman patted Maximus's shoulder and turned to leave. The reason why the foreman had a good attitude towards Maximus was that in the slave camp, the foreman was the direct person in charge of managing the slaves and supervising their work. They were all hired workers of the camp, free people, and temporary citizens who applied to join the kingdom. One of them often had to manage hundreds of slaves. The performance of the slaves also determined whether they could get extra pay and rewards and become official citizens in advance. In order to facilitate management, they often divided the slaves under their charge into more than 10 teams and selected the most capable ones as captains to assist them in managing the slaves. These captains were often the priority of the slave management office in selecting the slaves to be freed, so both sides were mutually beneficial. After the foreman counted the number of slaves, the captain from the military camp commanded the soldiers to escort the hundreds of slaves to the mine. It was the end of April, and the annual wedding celebration for the goddess Hera had already ended. The rainy season was coming to an end, and the sun was rising earlier and earlier. Even though the slaves got up early and set off early, they could still see some farmers who had begun to take care of their fields on their way under the rising sun. When these farmers saw such a large group of people passing by, they were not surprised. Some even shouted, "Hey, I wish you all the best today. Dig more stones for the temple." The slaves soon crossed the stone bridge across the Cosini River, a branch of the Cratae River, and entered the delta area of Turii. Passing by in the early morning, they could always hear clear and loud voices coming from the high walls not far to the east. They knew that it was the students of the Dionia school who were reading or practicing their speeches. Most of the slaves were used to it, and only a few would cast longing eyes over there. After crossing the stone bridge, the slaves turned west. The terrain was getting higher, and the ground gradually became uneven. Only the stone brick and cement road under their feet remained wide and straight. However, the truth was that the carts carrying stones and copper ores had been crushing the road for years. After a period of time, the road would collapse and crack. It was just that the Turii construction department maintained the road in a timely manner. At the same time, it also encouraged the construction officials and craftsmen to constantly improve the road construction techniques, search for better materials, and improve the hardness and load-bearing capacity of the road. After extending for a while, the road forked to the south and north. The northwest road led to the copper mine, and the southwest road led to the stone mine. Usually, when they arrived here, the slaves would be divided into 2 groups. However, due to a special mission. All of the kingdom's slaves in Tali were gathered together to mine stones. Therefore, the foreman led all the slaves on the road to the southwest. Not long after, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The hard stone road ended here. In front of them was a man-made valley. The open space could accommodate thousands of people, and there were many different shapes of stone laid out in picturesque disorder. There were also countless wood and tools piled up on the side. The open space was surrounded by towering mountains. The green lichens on the mountains had been stripped clean, exposing the snow-white rocks. The part closest to the valley had been cut straight because of years of mining. Under the light of dawn, the mountain walls reflected a soft white light. This was the marble mine of Turii. The marble excavated from it was regarded by the Greeks and Ionia as the main stone most suitable for the construction of temples. At this time, a few people walked out of the valley. The leader was a middle-aged man with a burly body and a dignified appearance. It was a pity that he was missing a left hand. The bodies of the people behind him were more or less incomplete, but none of the foremen dared to show disdain. Instead, they greeted them respectfully. Aristogles was the man's name. 20 years ago, he was a slave of the owner of the stone mine. Due to his prestige among the mining slaves, he was appointed as a foreman by his master. When the Crotone conquered Turii, his master's family was wiped out. Later, when the Dionia alliance was established, he was freed and served as a laborer for the supply caravan to fight with the Dionysian army. A few years later, he became a citizen of Dionia and joined the First Legion of Dionia. However, after landing in Sicily and fighting with the Syracuse army at Megillo, he was seriously injured. Fortunately, he survived with the help of the doctors, but his left hand was amputated, so he could no longer serve in the army. However, with the rewards and compensation he received, he could buy a few more slaves and farm at home. His life would not be too bad. Moreover, with his achievements in the war, he could easily run for the position of village chief. Then, with his achievements, he could rise step by step from village chief, chief demo, town official, city governor. Finally, he could even become a senator of the kingdom. Just like King Deverza's relative, Paliandalus, Cynthia's father-in-law, some citizens who were disabled because of military service were inspired by him to embark on the path of politics. If he did not want to overwork himself, he could also choose to run for the protector of the people to protect the interests of himself and the villagers. Of course, if he wanted to live a better life, he could also write to the soldiers' council of the kingdom and apply for a job in the legion's weapon shop. This legion's weapon shop was first established under the suggestion of the Devers. It would repair and modify the weapons, armor, and other spoils of war obtained on the battlefield and sell them in the market. The profits would be used for compensation for the dead and wounded soldiers, and could also be used to solve the livelihood of some disabled soldiers in the future. Literature Hall. Chapter 1058. Later, in order to avoid the jealousy of the soldiers' committee, the shrewd Turin weapons merchant, Laus, took the initiative to cooperate with the armory of the army and let the armory of the army sell the high-quality weapons they produced. This revitalized the armory of the army, which had been declining in the competition in the kingdom's arms market. Within a few years, branches were set up in various cities and towns in the kingdom. Half of the employees were disabled soldiers, and the salary was not low. But Aristogles made a difficult choice to start a business. He chose the industry he used to work in, stone mining. He asked his comrades to raise funds and obtain the strong support of the soldiers' committee. He brought a few disabled soldiers who were willing to work with him to the Ministry of Commerce, hoping to contract a stone mine. After the establishment of Dionia, a resolution was passed. The mines in the territory could not be sold to merchants, and only contracted by them. Not only must important mines be auctioned, but after obtaining the mine, the Ministry of Commerce would also send people to supervise the mine within a specified period of time. They would not allow the mine to produce too little or overexploit, so as to ensure that the annual contribution to the kingdom was constant. In the end, the Ministry of Commerce agreed to let Aristogles contract a stone mine in Lucania not because he was a disabled soldier and should be taken care of, but because the stone mine was located in the mountains, inconvenient to transport, and not abundant in production. Moreover, it was a limestone mine, so no merchants were willing to take over it. So the Ministry of Commerce let him contract it at a lower price and only gave him a 1-year contract, just to give it a try. Unexpectedly, after Aristogles took over, he overcame many difficulties, and not only did the production of the stone mine increase greatly, but he also sold it at a good price. At that time, Lucania municipality had belonged to Dionia for several years, and after vigorous cultural dissemination, the local people had gradually accepted the lifestyle of the Dionia. They lived in Greek-style houses, and the Temple of Hades needed a lot of limestone. As a result, Aristogles gained a lot of wealth and won the trust of the Ministry of Commerce. With this as a foundation, and with the disabled soldiers as the backbone, he made a name for himself in the stone market of the kingdom and became a very famous stone merchant. For years ago, he did not join the Turiae Chamber of Commerce organized by Laos and went to the Latin Theater of Operations. It was because he had just contracted the Turiae stone mine that was of great importance to him and the kingdom. There were so many things that he had to deal with one by one, and he could not spare time to go to Latin. Moreover, there was no stone mine in Latin. Now he was a well-known stone merchant in the kingdom. He had a group of capable subordinates, and he no longer needed to personally supervise and command the mines. However, the reconstruction of the main Temple of Hades had a huge impact. The kingdom's administrative office ordered that the marble needed for the temple would mainly be supplied by the Turin stone mine, because the stone mine was close to the Turin and the cost was low, and it was not easy to damage. They also provided all the slaves of the kingdom to the stone mine to ensure that there would be enough stone for the construction of the temple in a short time. Because of this, Aristogles felt that he had a great responsibility and did not dare to neglect it. He personally went to the scene every day, afraid that something would go wrong. Aristogles first saluted the soldiers who escorted the slaves and said seriously, "Thank you for your hard work, brothers." Then he asked the foreman, "Which team do you belong to? How many slaves did you bring?" The foreman reported the number of people in their team. Aristogles' men picked up the wooden planks, checked them, and said, "Come with me." The foreman brought the slaves into the mine. Aristogles stood at the entrance and chatted with the team officer while waiting for the subsequent slaves to come in. After confirming that all the slaves of the kingdom had arrived and the number was in line, he said to his men, "Go and bring in our slaves and pack carts." The man responded, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he reminded him, "Boss, according to the judgment of several old sailors, there is likely to be heavy rain in Turin tomorrow. Just in case, we have to move all the stones in the mine today. Otherwise, if it really rains heavily, the ground of the mine will become slippery and muddy, and transporting the stones will become very difficult and dangerous." It was difficult to mine the ore, and it was even more difficult to transport it. Aristogles knew this very well. He immediately made a decision. "I will discuss with Blas, the officer in charge of escorting the slaves today, and try to extend the working hours of the slaves as much as possible to ensure that all the stones can be transported today." After saying this, he thought of another thing and said, "Take some time to go to the Academy of Engineering of Dionia and contact the scholars there. Tell them that I have agreed to build a railway to transport the ore that they mentioned last time. When we are done with the stone supply for the main Temple of Hades, invite them here to carry out, well, according to them, it's called an experiment, making the railway to transport the ore." The man was a little puzzled. Obviously, he did not know about this. "I'm not too sure about the specific situation. When you arrive at the academy, ask the scholars in detail." Aristogles waved his hand impatiently. The Academy of Engineering of Dionia was established shortly after the end of the war in the Western Mediterranean. Most of the scholars came from the original Academy of Mathematics. It was a discipline that put theoretical science into practice, mainly responsible for the design of public buildings and various instruments. The construction of the railway and the mine cars came from the idea that the Devers mentioned by chance when they visited the newly established academy and talked to the scholars. The scholars regarded it as the most important research topic for the expansion of the influence of the new academy. Corsica and Sardinia belonged to the kingdom, and the entire Etrurian alliance was allied with Daionia. This allowed the kingdom to have a sufficient supply of iron ore and solve the problem of resources. Laos was also willing to produce this special, high-quality railway. However, it was difficult to find a mineral merchant who was willing to cooperate with him. This was because the initial investment was huge. It was mainly to spend a huge amount of money to purchase enough railway tracks. The price of iron in the kingdom was not cheap. Even though a few years ago, some new territories with rich iron ore resources were obtained, mining was difficult and transportation was even more difficult. All of these had undoubtedly pushed up the cost. The scholars of the Academy of Engineering had discussed this with Aristogles several times, but he had been a little hesitant. However, after he accepted the task of providing stone materials for the main Temple of Hades, due to the urgency of the task, he had lost 7 or 8 pack oxen and more than a dozen private slaves just to transport the ore to the main Temple of Turin. He finally made up his mind to cooperate with the Academy of Engineering to solve the transportation problem. After making this important decision, he also felt a lot of pressure in his heart. He wondered if he could get a huge loan from the Kristoia Bank to ease the financial situation. After all, according to the scholars of the Academy of Engineering, this was a very important research invention of the kingdom. The king of Daionia also attached great importance to it. But before that, he had another thing to do first. He turned to another man and said, "Go to the port later and book a passenger ship for me first. If it really rains tomorrow, I'll go to Syracuse and inspect the stone mines there. After all, they're also responsible for providing limestone for the main temple. There can't be any mistakes. Syracuse has the richest open-air limestone resources in the entire western Mediterranean. Aristogles has contracted the mining rights of one of the stone mines. Maximus brought the 50 slaves to the mining area that they were previously responsible for. They didn't start mining immediately. Instead, they had to make a judgment first. As the captain, he had to decide where to start mining. If the initial location was chosen well, the subsequent mining would be smoother and there would be fewer casualties. This required the captain to have rich mining experience and foresight. The reason why Maximus could become the most trusted captain of the foremen was that he was very rational. He did not make a judgment on the spot. Instead, he had already prepared for today's mining at the end of yesterday. This was a working habit he had developed after serving several terms as Rome's municipal magistrate. The huge and flat rock in front of them had been poked with a few vertical and horizontal grooves, forming the outline of a rectangular stone. At this time, Maximus asked 6 slaves to step on a wooden ladder and climb up the rock. They worked in groups of 2 and hammered pieces of dry wood into the grooves with a wooden hammer. When all the grooves were filled with dense sawdust, the rock cracked slightly along the grooves. Maximus immediately ordered the slaves, who had already brought water cans, to pour water on the wooden wedges. The water flowed into the grooves and soaked the wooden wedges. The wooden wedges absorbed the water and expanded, becoming bigger and bigger. The rock was stressed, causing the cracks in the grooves to become bigger and bigger. This process required some time. At the same time, Maximus did not waste this time. After carefully observing the rock next to him, he began to measure with a tape measure. He then used an ink pen to draw the outline of the rock. After that, a few slaves took a brush. There was an iron saw attached to the wooden board and brushed along the outline of the rock back and forth. Finally, a deeper groove was carved out. At this time, under the continuous expansion of the wooden wedges, the cracks on the rock next to them became wider and deeper. Maximus felt that the time was right, so he sent another 5 slaves up. Each of them held a slender and strong wooden crowbar. They inserted the crowbar into the cracks between the wooden wedges and began to pry the rock out. It was an extremely laborious and difficult process. After a few more waves of slaves and a few broken crowbars, the rock finally separated from the rock. Chapter 1059. At this time, another group of slaves quickly tied up the stone with straw and ropes. This was to prevent the stone from being damaged during the subsequent transportation, and also to prevent the stone from scratching the slaves. The rope was divided into two groups. After it was tied around the waist of the stone, a dozen slaves on the ground struggled to pull it out, and the other end was pulled by 10 slaves standing on the rock, dragging the stone. There were also a few slaves using wooden crowbars to continue to pry the stone, so that it could roll at a relatively stable speed to a row of logs that had been placed in front of it. Finally, the slaves cheered. Their team had finished mining the first stone in a relatively short period of time, and there were no accidents. The large rectangular stone finally fell smoothly on 6 or 7 logs arranged at intervals. Then, a few slaves began to tie the stone with ropes again. 12 slaves pulled the ropes together, while 4 slaves continued to place the logs that fell behind in front of the stone. The huge and heavy stone rolled on the logs and was dragged to the stone yard on the side of the entrance of the stone mine. The foreman was informed. After inspecting the stone and confirming that it was qualified, he made a record on the wooden board he carried with him. The group of slaves that Maximus was in once again cheered, which aroused the envy of the other groups, because they had already mined the first stone in a relatively short period of time, and there were no accidents. It was very likely that they would exceed the task today and receive a reward. Maximus remained calm. He ordered the remaining slaves, who did not contribute much before, to start hammering wooden wedges into the second rock that had already been grooved. At the same time, he urged the returning slaves to recover their strength as soon as possible. Before the stone piled up at the entrance of the mine was sent away, it had to be roughly shaped here. It was not the slaves of the kingdom who shaped the stone here, but the personal slaves of Aristarchus. They were all quite experienced and had the skills to process stone. Aristarchus had been in this business for more than 10 years. After all, the sale of stone was different from the sale of other metal ores. Few mine owners would sell the newly mined stone directly to the buyer. Instead, they would provide the relatively shaped stone according to the buyer's requirements. For example, the assistant sent to the stone mine by the craftsman responsible for the reconstruction of the main Temple of Hades arrived here after early morning as usual. According to the construction progress of the temple, which types of stone did the stone mine need to provide the temple today? How many types of stone were needed? There were 3 main types of stone needed for the construction of the temple. Square stones, which would become the stone bricks for the construction of the temple. Round stones, which would become the pillars that supported the temple, and thin stone slabs, which were used to pave the floor of the temple. Hundreds of slave craftsmen here were holding iron pliers, iron chisels, iron drills, metal wires, and other tools, carefully shaping the mined stone. Not only were they dressed in linen clothes, but they also wore masks and scarves. This was because they used metal tools to chisel the stone, and stone chips flew everywhere, which could easily cause injuries. This was a form of protection for the slaves. The slaves of the kingdom who mined the stone were basically naked except for the cloth that covered their lower bodies. Because they basically did not use metal tools, they did not have to worry about this. Without the burden of clothes, it was more convenient to move and exert force. The main danger they needed to worry about was the sudden fall of rocks. Among the several ways to shape the stone, it seemed that cutting the stone into slabs was the most difficult. Because marble was different from limestone, its texture was harder, and it seemed difficult for the tools of this era to do this. But the Greeks, who had been immersed in marble for hundreds of years, had long figured out a good way to deal with it. First, they drew a cutting line on the stone, then used a tool to cut a shallow groove along the cutting line, filled it with dry sand, and pressed on a metal wire. The slave craftsmen pulled the 2 ends of the metal wire along the groove back and forth. The metal wire pressed down on the sand, which was the real material used to cut the stone, through constant friction to wear away the stone. As the groove became deeper and deeper, More sand needed to be added until the stone was finally divided into slabs. The square and round stones that were finally shaped would be slightly larger than the stone used to build the temple, and the slave craftsmen specially left protrusions around the stone as handles, so that the craftsmen who built the temple could carry it. The completed stone would be immediately transported away, and the kingdom's slaves would take over again. Nearly 20 slaves laboriously carried the stone onto the raft, which was padded with circular wood. Some of the slaves used ropes to pull the raft, while the rest constantly placed circular wood in front of it. Just like before, the stone was slowly pulled and moved to the exit of the mine. The exit was on the side of the entrance, and the road was paved with large pieces of stone. It was firm and flat, and at the end of the road, there was a platform more than 2 meters high. In front of the platform was a 4-wheeled cart, which was at the same height as the platform, so that the heavy stone could be easily pushed onto the cart. The 4-wheeled cart was very sturdy, and its wheels were made of several complete pieces of circular wood pieced together. It was unusually tall and thick. There was also a professional carpenter stationed at the exit, because when the stone had just been transported to the cart, this was the time when it was most likely to be damaged, so he could repair it nearby. The wooden cart was pulled by 4 bulls. Although they moved slowly, they were reliable and could carry about 10 tons of weight at a time, which was about 2 to 3 pieces of stone. They transported the stone to the simple dock next to the Casegni River, and then used a cargo ship to transport the stone to the place designated by the buyer. This was relatively labor-saving and safe. However, in order to provide stone to the main temple of Hades, the tourist city hall refused to allow Aristogles to use the dock in the inner city to transport the stone. This was because the stone would have to cross more than half of the inner city from the dock to the temple. This would not only damage the exquisite roads in the inner city, affect traffic, and disturb the rest of the people in the inner city. More than half of the people in the inner city were dignitaries. But most importantly, it would not be safe because there would be many unfamiliar slaves entering and leaving the hinterland of the inner city. If they were to travel by land, the main temple of Hades was not far from the west gate of the inner city, which made it easier to manage and control. But for Aristogles, this was undoubtedly a headache because the road from the mine to the main temple of Hades was about 10 miles long. Such a long distance, it was easy for accidents to occur during the transportation process. The wheels would be damaged, the stones would fall, and it would undoubtedly take more manpower and material resources to move them again. Worse still, if they hurt passers-by, the compensation would not be a small amount. This was why Aristogles decided to improve the transportation problem after losing a lot of money. He pinned his hopes on the railway that the scholars talked about. The whole quarry was filled with the sounds of work from morning to night, the orders of the foreman, the chants of the slaves, the shouts of the coachman as they drove the ox cart forward, the creaking of wood under the heavy weight of the stone, and the screams of the slaves due to various accidents. These sounds rose and fell for a long time. In the evening, the kingdom's slaves dragged their tired bodies back to the slave camp. Although they had only worked for more than an hour, the fact that they were mining in the dark environment caused a slave to fail to avoid falling gravel from above. He was hit in the head and lost his life. Of course, except for the slaves in the same team who were sad and uneasy because of this, the other slaves seemed indifferent, and some even knew nothing about it at all. In the huge quarry, there had been thousands of slaves working in it during this period. There were always people injured, or even dead. They were already numb to it. At this moment, what they wanted most was to eat a sumptuous dinner and then have a good sleep. Of course, their wishes were fulfilled. The dinner was even more sumptuous than breakfast. The slaves ate and drank their fill. They walked slowly back to their dormitories with their bellies swollen. After a simple wash, they lay down on their beds and fell asleep. At this moment, the door of a dormitory was pushed open. Someone stood in front of the door and shouted, "Is Phoebus Rabio Gaius here?" Someone was suddenly awakened and cursed angrily. "Damn it, who is it?" The person standing at the door replied coldly, "The patrol." The room suddenly became quiet. After a moment, Gaius reminded him softly, "You seem to have called the wrong name. It should be Gaius Phoebus Rabio. Are you sure you want to call him that?" The soldier at the door said sternly. Gaius did not dare to answer. Last year, under the proposal of the king of Devers, the Senate passed the surname law of the kingdom of Dionia. The law stipulated that whether it was a citizen of Dionia or a freeman who wanted to join Dionia, he or she must have a surname so that the Department of Household Registration could register and find his or her information. Moreover, the surname must be first, followed by the given name. Those who did not comply would be punished. In serious cases, they would even be deprived of their citizenship. In the eyes of the ordinary people of Dionia, since the king of Devers used his own name as the surname of his children, his ministers and people gradually followed suit. It had been almost 20 years since then. Most of the citizens already had a surname, and their surname was first, followed by their given name. The promulgation of this law was just to formalize this custom into law. Chapter 1060. But what they did not know was that the main purpose of the Devers' enactment of this law was to accelerate the assimilation of some Dionia citizens, such as the Romans and a small number of Phoenician nobles who joined Dionia. At the same time, it also gave the people of Dionia a sense of being unique. In the countries and races of the Mediterranean, the people who gradually had surnames basically adopted their given names first and surnames second, which was more conducive to accelerating the formation of a new race of Dionia. After the promulgation of the surname law, the citizens of Dionia basically followed the law, and there was no major turmoil in the territory. The decree didn't mention slaves. After all, many slaves didn't even have names, only nicknames. However, many slave owners still gave their slaves official names for convenience. Some of the kingdom's slaves also gave themselves official names in order to better develop in the kingdom after obtaining freedom in the future. They also registered with the slave camp management office. Under such a general trend, if Gaius insisted on not changing, he would undoubtedly appear to be an anomaly and would attract special attention from the patrol team. "Someone is looking for you outside the camp. Go quickly." The tone of the soldier at the door eased. Thank you, sir." Gaius hurriedly put on his clothes, turned over, and bowed to the soldier to express his gratitude. Then he quickly ran to the camp gate. The originally quiet dormitory suddenly became lively. "It's so strange that someone is looking for Gaius in the evening. What's so strange about that? Now, we work in the stone mine during the day, and we can only find people in the camp in the evening. Gaius is so lucky. There are always people looking for him. It seems that he has a lot of relatives outside. What's so strange about that? Because he used to be a Roman nobleman. Don't you Phoenicians have many relatives in the kingdom? Unlike us, Lusitanians. Sigh, our relatives don't even know if we are alive or dead." The dormitory suddenly fell silent. After a while, someone comforted him. "In a few years, when you are free, you can go back to Iberia and bring your family to live with Dionia." "Humph. When I get my freedom, I won't stay here. I'll definitely return to the Iberia that I'm familiar with and stay far away from this hateful kingdom of Dionia. Maybe one day I'll even—" "Humph. What's the point of going back to that poor mountainous region of Iberia? They were often hungry, and there was no way to cure them when they got sick. There were often bloody battles between the tribes, and they didn't know when they would lose their lives in battle. In fact, living in this slave camp was much better than living in the Iberian tribes. After I regain my freedom, I will never return to Iberia. Living in Turiae will definitely be better than living in a slave camp." "How dare you betray the tribe? I'll beat you to death right now. All right, stop fooling around. Do you want to attract the patrol team?" The slave camp was like a small enclosed town in Dionia. It had a canteen, a shop, a hospital, and even an arena. All the necessary town facilities were basically complete. When they were free, the slaves could move freely in the camp as long as they didn't violate the rules, but they couldn't leave the camp. However, in order to reduce the resistance of the slaves and to let them be more at ease in obtaining freedom through labor, the management office allowed outsiders to visit the slaves in the camp. Especially after the Western Mediterranean War, the number of outsiders visiting the camp increased sharply. This was because a large number of new Roman and Phoenician citizens and a large number of Roman and Phoenician slaves were produced. Gaius walked into the reception room next to the camp's gate. When he saw the familiar figure sitting there, he couldn't help but call out, "Rentulus Manlius." The man, who looked younger than Gaius, turned around and glared at him. He warned in a deep voice, "Gaius, don't shout." Gaius, who was already full of anger, ignored Rentulus' warning. Instead, he said sarcastically, "Isn't that your name? Or have you forgotten your true identity, the glory of your family, and are willing to follow the requirements of the people of Dionia and take a name that isn't from Rome at all?" In fact, Rentulus could totally refute. "Since you, Gaius, haven't forgotten the glory of your family, then do you dare to publicly announce that your name is Gaius Fabius Rabio?" However, he didn't, because his father was Publius Manlius. Not only was he the first great noble of Rome to seek refuge with the kingdom of Dionia, but he was also the first official of Rome to publicly change his surname after the surname law was announced. Many former nobles of Rome and current citizens of the kingdom of Rome hated him to the core in private. They even called him the culprit who caused the destruction of Rome. These rumors obviously had an impact on Rentulus. With a red face, he blurted out excitedly, "Gaius, you only dare to move your mouth. You have no idea what kind of huge risks the people who are really defending Rome are taking. One day, you will know if I have forgotten the glory of Rome and my family." Speaking of this, Rentulus raised his head, and a kind of determination and pride appeared on his face. Gaius, who was familiar with him, was stunned. He subconsciously asked softly, "Rentulus, what do you mean by this? What are you going to do?" Rentulus, however, ignored his question. He picked up a thick package, put it on the table, and said coldly, "Your sister sent another package from Rome to our house and asked us to deliver it to you. I see that you are very happy every time you receive the package. You didn't cut off contact with your brother-in-law Tolo just because he is an official of Dionia and also changed his surname, who said I didn't scold them, but I still have to accept the things that I should accept." Gaius shamelessly smiled, dragged the package over, and immediately opened it. "It's useless to look at it in such a hurry. It's just some food and clothes. There's nothing valuable." When we entered here, the guards had already searched through it. Rentulus' tone was still cold. A satisfied expression appeared on Gaius' face. "That's great. It's all my favorite food in Rome. I haven't eaten them for a long time. I almost forgot what they taste like." Rentulus was a little absent-minded when he heard this. At this time he heard Gaius say, "Rentulus, our families are relatives, and we have played together since we were young. I still remember my father often praising you in front of me. He said, 'Don't be fooled by your younger age, but you have a strong mind. When you grow up, you will definitely have a better future than me. Maybe you will become a hero in Rome.' I have always remembered these words in my heart. I humiliated you with these words just now because I didn't want to hide what your father did. On the other hand, I was afraid that you would really surrender to Dionia and let down my father and my expectations of you. In short, I hope you can forgive me." Rentulus listened to Gaius' flattery, and the dissatisfaction in his heart quickly disappeared. He pretended to be angry and said, "My father is my father, and I am me. I will always be a true citizen of Rome. Of course, of course. We are a great race raised by the she-wolf. We will never surrender, especially you, Rentulus. I firmly believe that you will become a hero of the great Rome." After Gaius finished speaking with sincerity, he saw that the anger on Rentulus' face was quickly swept away and revealed a look of satisfaction. He hurriedly leaned forward and asked in a low voice, "What is the big matter you mentioned just now?" The young Rentulus had already been unguarded by Gaius's words. He glanced around. There was no one else in the reception room except the two of them. So he also approached Gaius and whispered with a slightly boastful tone, Like before, you must keep it a secret. I tell you. Gaius sent Lentulus off. When he came out of the reception room, he was in a good mood and was checked again by the guards. Then he walked back to the camp briskly. He did not go back to the dormitory directly because once the food in the package was discovered by the slaves, it would soon be snatched away. So he went to the villa area, the nickname for the place where slaves with families lived, and knocked on the door of Maximus' house. It's already so late. Instead of resting and recovering your strength, you're still walking around. Don't forget to go mining tomorrow. Maximus opened the door and saw him, so he criticized him rudely. Gaius ignored him and stretched his neck to look inside. He said, "Where are sister-in-law and the children?" "It's Gaius. Come in and sit down." A figure stood up in the corner with faint candlelight. Then 2 short figures rushed out and shouted affectionately, "Uncle Gaius!" "Good boy." Gaius smiled kindly. He squatted down and took out a few things from the package. "Look, what did Uncle bring you?" "Ah, what a big bread!" "And fish. Remember, this is wheat bread from Rome and pickled fish from the Tiber River, and this Sabine's cheese. Take it and eat it. Uncle Gaius is so nice." "Thank you, Uncle Gaius." "Your cousin, Cornea, sent you something again. She's really nice to you." Maximus saw the package and the food and immediately guessed what was going on. In the past, the big clans in Rome often intermarried and were more familiar with each other. "My sister is really nice to me, but Stolo actually became an official of Dionia. My uncle must have been blind to marry my sister to this commoner," Gaius said hatefully. "However, I think he won't be a judge for long. Did something happen?" Maximus immediately asked alertly. Gaius did not answer directly. Instead, he said, "Brother, do you still have wine here? Tonight, let's have a small banquet with the salted fish and bread from our hometown. Let's have some fun." Chapter 1061. Now. Maximus was stunned. He turned his head to look at the children and reminded Gaius, "Don't forget, the patrols will check on you at night." "Don't worry, I'll go back on time. I won't be caught by those people of Dionia." Seeing Gaius's insistence, Maximus had no choice but to agree. He asked his wife to take out his Turii wine from under the bed. It was given to him by Publius when he visited. The 2 of them had worked together for a long time in Rome and had a good relationship. He then asked his wife to bring the children into the house to rest early. When the 2 children heard that they could rest early, they immediately cheered. This triggered another discussion from Gaius. He looked at the 2 small wooden boards and a white pen placed under the candlelight and said, "Brother, look, the children are unwilling to learn the language of Dionia. Why are you forcing them to learn this every day?" As he had argued with Gaius on this matter several times in the past, Maximus smiled helplessly and did not want to say anything more. He moved the broken wooden table in the corner over, took out 2 wooden cups, and poured the wine, after sending Gaius off. Although Maximus's face was a little flushed due to the alcohol, his eyes were exceptionally deep. He never thought that the information that Gaius had inadvertently revealed while drinking and chatting would be so shocking that he could not just stand by and watch. He needed to make an important decision on this matter. It was related to his future and the future of his children. Therefore, he sat in the house and repeatedly deliberated, hesitating. As the heart of the kingdom of Dionia, the morning in the inner city of Turii had always been quiet and peaceful. However, due to the expansion of the main temple of Hades, the entire inner city had become much livelier. Sometimes it was too noisy. However, not only did the people of the inner city express their understanding, they even strongly supported it. This was because most of them were loyal believers of Hades. All of them hoped that their god could sit in a more spacious and comfortable temple and receive more worship from the people. That way, it would be more powerful. Moreover, the main temple of Hades was built 20 years ago when the city of Turin was being rebuilt. At that time, Dionia was just a newly established small alliance. Its national strength was not strong, and due to the financial constraints at that time, it was impossible to build a magnificent temple. Now that the kingdom of Dionia had become the most powerful country in the western Mediterranean, the Temple of Hades, the spiritual symbol of the kingdom, could no longer match the prominent status of Dionia. Even the newly built Temple of Hades in Rome and the Temple of Hades in Syracuse were bigger and more spectacular than the main Temple of Turi. This made the people of Turi, who had a sense of superiority, feel humiliated. Therefore, they had repeatedly requested the Senate to expand the Temple of Hades. It was only until this year that the king and the Senate approved it. As the initiators, of course, they had to cooperate actively. Before dawn, the gates of the inner city were opened. The city guards who were not fully awake had to wake up and began to perform their duties. This was because the craftsmen who were responsible for the construction of the temple had begun to enter the inner city from the outer city. They were the most skilled craftsmen recruited by the Senate from all over the kingdom. There were thousands of them, and most of them were arranged to live in the temporary dormitories of the athletes during the football and rugby matches in the outer city. On top of that, the Ministry of Construction had also recruited more than 3,000 laborers from Turin. That was why there were long queues outside the gates of the inner city early in the morning. Nearly 5,000 people were building the temple at the same time. This was a huge challenge to the management of the entire construction site and the security of the entire inner city. The craftsmen had to wake up at 4 in the morning. There was a special canteen to provide them with a sumptuous breakfast. After breakfast, they would bring some bread and fruits to the construction site for lunch. After that, they would be led by their respective foremen to the various gates of the inner city. After a thorough inspection by the city guards, they would enter the inner city and ascend the Hill of Gods. When most of the craftsmen had arrived, the chief foreman of the craftsmen would gather the foremen and assign them the tasks for the day. These foremen would then gather the craftsmen and laborers under them to pass on the tasks and instruct them on how to better complete the tasks. After the meeting, thousands of workers would disperse and begin the day's construction. The construction of the temple was divided into 4 main parts: the fine processing of the stone, the carving of the statue, the erection of the scaffolding, and the construction of the temple. Up until now, the outer wall of the temple was more than half built. Therefore, the wooden scaffolding that surrounded the temple had already been erected. All that was left was to inspect and repair it. Most of the craftsmen and laborers were mainly focused on the fine processing of the stone and the construction of the temple. The processing of the stone was divided into 2 types. The first was to process the sculpted stone more carefully. Not only did they have to remove the impurities from the stone and carve it into a more square shape, but they also had to ensure that the size and dimensions were exactly the same. Only then could they ensure that there would be no mistakes when they were piled up as bricks for the wall. The processing of the circular stone was even more stringent. This was because it was the material used to support the pillars of the temple. The circular area of each pillar was constantly shrinking from the bottom to the top. Therefore, the size of the circular stone was even more stringent. Moreover, the appearance of the stone had to be carved with decorative lines. The second was to process the planks on the top of the temple. This was no ordinary processing. According to the requirements of the designer, they had to carve relief patterns that matched the theme of the temple. This put a higher requirement on the craftsmen's carving skills. Usually, famous stonemasons with high artistic standards were in charge of this. In addition, some craftsmen had to further process the finely processed stone. They overlapped several square pieces of stone and used iron chisels to carve a complete T-shape or H-shape groove. Or they used an iron drill to drill through the center of the circular stone. Why did they have to work so hard? That was because it was difficult to use mortar to glue such a huge piece of stone together. Although the cement unique to Dionia was very sticky, it would ruin the beauty of the temple's exterior. Using this traditional method, one only needed to use metal nails to pierce through the small holes in the center to connect the various sections of the cylinder, or use iron clamps to insert the T-shaped grooves to connect the square bricks. Then, one could pour molten lead into the grooves to fix the metal nails and clamps. In addition, these grooves were all on the inside of the wall bricks. On the surface, it looked natural, sturdy, and beautiful, showing the greatness of the gods. So how did these processed stone bricks and cylinders, which were so huge and heavy, get piled up on the high wall? The craftsmen had a powerful tool for carrying stone, the crane. The Greeks had invented this lifting tool a long time ago. The Dionia Academy had studied the principles of levers, pulleys, and mechanics. They had greatly improved this machine and made it more efficient. It could be easily disassembled and carried by 2 or 3 people. As long as it was placed on a scaffold on a high floor and operated by 2 people, the stone could be lifted to a high place. The handle that was deliberately reserved when shaping the stone came into play at this time. It could be easily tied with a rope and then hung on the hook of the crane. When it was in place, the craftsman would carefully chisel off the handle. Those stones that did not have a handle reserved could also be tied with the clamps or the grooves previously made to facilitate the transfer of the stone to the designated location by the crane. The Greeks had been building temples for hundreds of years and had long discovered various methods to facilitate the lifting of stone materials. Since the founding of Dionia more than 20 years ago, it had never stopped building temples in various cities and towns. It had also accumulated a lot of experience and improved methods and tools, making the most dangerous process of moving and stacking stone materials in the process of building temples safer. It greatly reduced the casualty rate and increased the efficiency. These 5,000 craftsmen and laborers were not only skilled, but they had also participated in the construction of the temples of Hades in other towns many times. They were very experienced and had a tacit understanding with each other. Therefore, although there were many people on the construction site, the division of labor was very clear. The whole scene was orderly and not messy at all. Even though they had been working here for several months, everyone was still very dedicated and full of passion for the work. This was because they were building the main temple for the kingdom's patron, Hades. Almost all of them were loyal believers of Hades. They firmly believed that the main temple was the home of Hades and must provide the great god with the best residence. Any slack in the construction process would be disrespectful to him. Moreover, the reconstruction of the main temple of Hades was also a great opportunity for the kingdom of Dionia to show its culture and strength to other countries and forces throughout the Mediterranean. Therefore, even though the financial situation was a little tight, the Devers still did not hesitate to issue the decree of building the most beautiful and magnificent temple in the world, which was unanimously approved by the elders. Therefore, being able to participate in this great project was a great honor for the craftsmen. According to the requirements of the Devers, the temple must be at least as magnificent as the Parthenon in Athens. But in fact, the original main temple of Hades was a double temple. This design would not change even if it was rebuilt. Therefore, it was decided that the temple should be at least twice the size of the Parthenon. In addition to that, according to the tradition of the Hades temple, there would also be a pantheon, a hall of valor, a prison for the wicked, and a confessional in the temple. Therefore, the final design of the temple would be slightly larger. The amount of work involved was naturally very large, and the amount of stone needed was naturally very large. Tens of thousands of slaves were mining the highest quality stone from stone mines across the country. The cost of the whole project was naturally a huge figure. However, the kingdom's finance only allocated a small part of the funds. Most of the money came from the entire system of the Hades temple over the past 20 years and the fundraising of countless believers of Hades, which was enough to meet the needs. Chapter 1062. The sculpting of the statue was the most important part of the construction of the temple, and the design of the statue was even more important. But because the believers were very satisfied with the 2 statues of Hades in the original temple, the design was not changed this time. But because the new temple was bound to be taller and more spacious than the original statue would look too small in the new temple, so new statues had to be sculpted. Because the new temple was being rebuilt on the old site, the craftsmen built a temporary warehouse not far away to store the statues and other things in the original temple. The preliminary carving of the new statue was also in this warehouse. Meliktos was the main person in charge of the sculpting of the statue. He was also a famous sculptor in the kingdom. The bronze statue of Hades holding a rugby ball outside the main arena of the inner city of Turin was made by him. Although the statue was tall and heavy, its core material was wood. Of course, the wood used for the statue had to be hard and dense, so it was usually used for ships, preferably cedar that was hundreds of years old. With the original statue as a model, it only took Meliktos only 2 months to carve 3 wooden statues, 2 statues of Hades and 1 statue of Persephone, which were more delicate and vivid than the original statue. Next, he handed over the work to his assistants, which was to paste the skin of the statue. Due to the whiteness and rarity of the ivory, it had become the first choice for the skin of the statue in the past 100 years. The carvers would tear the complete ivory into thin pieces and stick them on the surface of the statue bit by bit. It was a job that required a lot of patience to make sure that there was no gap between the pieces. Each statue was extremely huge, and a person could only finish gluing 1 finger in a day. However, there were hundreds of sculptors working on this task at the same time, so the progress was quite fast. While pasting the skin on the statue, the carvers and craftsmen were also working on 2 other tasks. One was to burn the sand into stained glass, which was then made into star-shaped ornaments. Each piece was like a sparkling gemstone, which would be inlaid on the wall behind the statue as the background of the starry sky. The other task was to make gold foil. The goldsmiths would forge thin sheets of gold and then paste them on the ivory skin of the statue. These would become the golden clothes and crown worn by the statue, which added to the grace and splendor of Hades. As for the statue in the Temple of Hades, it was covered with silver foil and painted with dark green lacquer to match the atmosphere of the entire temple. In addition, they had to make gold and silver seats for the statue. Although not all of them were made of gold and silver, the gold and silver consumed after the completion of the statue was not a small amount. When the Dionia alliance was first established, they did not dare to make such extravagant statues. Now, the consumption of these precious metals was only a few days' output from the mines of Iberia and Sardinia. Meliktos did not participate in the rest of the process of making the statue. He was focused on a more important task, making the triangular fascia for the temple. Under the eaves of the 2 entrances of the temple, there was a triangular area called the triangular fascia. The triangular fascia was inlaid with stone slabs and decorated with reliefs, usually the content of which came from Greek mythology. But in the design of the temple, the result of the Senate's discussion was that one of the triangular fascia would be carved with the relief of the masses during the celebration of Hades, and the other would be carved with the royal family of Dionia, the king, 2 queens, and 5 children. Originally, the Devers proposed to include Adoris and Cynthia because they were also their family, but the Senate expressed strong opposition. They believed that after the temple was built for thousands of years for future generations to worship, the people of the kingdom and future generations would understand that the royal family of Dionia was the descendant of Hades when they saw the relief, but the adopted children were not. If they rashly carved it, they were afraid that it would lead to the wrath of Hades. With the great prestige of King Divers and his royal family, if the relief sculpture was not well carved, even if the benevolent king didn't say anything, the people's spit would drown him to death. Therefore, Meliktos was extremely cautious. He specially asked King Divers to spare some of his precious time to bring along his family to be his models. They had to pose according to his requirements. He spent several days drawing a sketch on a wooden board and gave it to Divers to review. After Divers was satisfied, he took the drawing to the construction site and carved it according to the sketch. The triangular fascia of the royal family of Dionia was Devers wearing a crown and smiling, sitting on a throne in the center, 2 concubines wearing gorgeous robes, intimately putting their hands on the Devers' shoulders, standing on both sides, 5 children surrounded them with happy expressions, and Krotokatax happened to be in the center of the 5 children. If there was a careful viewer, he would find that the composition of the king and the concubines was almost identical to the composition of Hades and the queen of Hades in the Temple of Hades, just with the addition of a concubine. This was a hint from the scepter priest Plazinus, which made it contain a deeper meaning. Meliktos held an iron chisel in one hand and a small hammer in the other, concentrating on the carving. This was already the 3rd relief sculpture. He was not satisfied with the first 2 and destroyed them, but because of his experience with the first 2, he did not need to compare them with the original drawings. The whole design was already familiar to him, so he did not hesitate every time he struck, and the strength was just right. Just as he was immersed in his creation, a clear female voice came from behind him. No, the sculpture is too. My eyebrows are not so thin, and the bridge of my nose should be higher. Meliktos was pulled out of the world he was immersed in. He was a little annoyed. He suddenly turned around and wanted to yell at the intruder who disturbed his work. But when he saw the 2 beautiful girls standing behind him, his anger subsided. He immediately stood up and said in a friendly tone, "Your Highness Princess Eunice, I'm very sorry for disturbing you. Your Royal Highness Olivia, welcome. We're here to worship God Hades and to see how our relief sculpture is doing." Eunice took a few steps forward, pointed at the relief sculpture, and said bluntly, "But after seeing it, I'm a little disappointed. This should be me, but I don't feel like me. You've carved it too softly. Your Royal Highness, although sculptures come from reality, they're usually beautified. What's more, this relief sculpture is to be seen by the people of the kingdom in the future. I believe they all want to see a beautiful and virtuous princess." Meliktos tried to persuade Eunice. The reason he was so patient was because he had met the princess not only in the drawing room, but also in the drawing room. The princess was famous in Turiai for her boyish personality. In order to keep her in check, Queen Christoia had introduced her to some business affairs at the age of 16. As a result, the decisive and shrewish girl had become her mother's right-hand woman before she had even turned 18. In order to expand his carving workshop in other towns in the kingdom, Meliktos had taken a loan from Christoia's bank. He had personally dealt with Eunice a few times, so he knew her better. Eunice raised her eyebrows. "Are you saying that I'm not beautiful and virtuous?" Meliktos' heart tightened, knowing that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly tried to explain, but Eunice's expression changed again, and she said seriously, "You're right. I'm not as delicate and virtuous as other girls, but I don't need to change because that's not me. Just like her in your relief sculpture, she doesn't look like me at all. Since you're carving my family, I hope you can carve my true appearance. I don't want any beautification." "Sister," Olivia could feel the tension in the air, and she gently pulled Eunice. "Stop it." Eunice pushed her sister's hand away and looked straight at Meliktos and asked, "Do you think I'm right?" "Your Royal Highness, you're right. I'll change it again." Meliktos actually gave in, which made the assistants who were hiding in the corner open their mouths in shock. At that moment, Meliktos suddenly looked behind Eunice and shouted, "Lord Scepter Priest!" "Oh, Meliktos!" The white-robed Plazinus saw the plea for help in the sculptor's eyes. He gently waved his hand and then walked in front of Eunice. "Your Royal Highnesses, sorry to keep you waiting. The temporary shrine has been cleaned up, and the braziers, lamps, and other things for worship have been prepared. We can begin now." Eunice looked at Meliktos, and her eyes flickered. She softly said, "Just now I came to admire this sculpture with my sister. Master Meliktos carved it very well, and I even had a conversation with him. He also promised me that the next time I come to admire the sculpture, it will be even better." "Is that so, Master Meliktos?" "Yes, Your Royal Highness," Meliktos replied helplessly. Plazinez looked at the sculpture, and then looked at Meliktos. Of course, he was experienced enough to feel that there was something fishy about this, but he tactfully did not probe further. Instead, he immediately led the two princesses and the palace guards to the temporary shrine. When they were completely gone, the assistant stood up and complained, "Even if she's a princess, she can't interfere with teacher's creation. So she's the famous naughty princess of Turiai. How can she get married in the future if she's so unruly? Shut up, all of you. Do you want to die? Get to work." Meliktos roared, and suddenly there was silence. Chapter 1063. Eunice and Avria had come to the Hill of the Gods because Christoia had caught a cold and her condition was rather serious. Although she had been actively treated, it had already been 5 or 6 days, and she still hadn't fully recovered. Eunice hoped that her mother's illness would recover as soon as possible, so she decided to ask Hades for protection. The main temple of the Hades was being rebuilt. In order not to be disturbed, the priests had already informed the believers to go to other temples of the Hades in the outskirts of Turin to worship. However, in the past, when her parents were sick, Eunice always came to the main temple to pray, and it was quite effective. So she stubbornly chose to come to the Hill of the Gods. A group of people went up the hill and immediately alerted the scepter priest, Pleasonus. The rebuilding of the main temple of the Hades was the kingdom's top priority, especially for the priests of the Hades. Pleasonus stayed at the construction site almost every day, supervising the progress of the construction, helping to coordinate and solve some problems encountered, and even postponed many Senate meetings. After understanding the purpose of the two princesses' visit, Pleasonus did not dare to neglect them. He immediately arranged for the priests to clean up the temporary temple for them to worship and pray. After Eunice and Avria prayed for their mother's blessing, Eunice did not lose interest and wanted to visit the whole construction site. Pleasonus was a little hesitant about this request. The king of the Devers only came once when the construction started, gave a speech, and visited the construction site a few months later, so he was not sure if Eunice's request was inspired by the Devers. Moreover, as far as he knew, Eunice was deeply loved by the Devers, so he did not dare to neglect them. He personally accompanied the two princesses, showed them around, and explained the whole project in detail. Pleasonus had been a priest of the Hades for more than 20 years. Not only was he eloquent, but he also had an unusually profound knowledge of the theology of the Hades, most of which came from the writings of the priests of the Hades. Therefore, the boring construction process of the temple was lively and interesting, and the princesses and the guards listened with great interest. Meanwhile, in the mural drawing area, Avia stood there for a long time, seriously watching as the painters mixed various mineral powders with pigments and then drew sketches of Elysium and Nether Purgatory on wooden boards. Under Eunice's instigation, Avia even shyly picked up the paintbrush and tried to draw some patterns. She was praised by Pleasines and the painters. The construction site was a man's world. The sudden appearance of two beautiful girls, who were of noble status, naturally stirred up waves among the craftsmen and laborers. However, under the strict supervision of the foreman and the coercion of the palace guards, they only dared to secretly peep at them. Instead, they worked even harder. To Eunice and Avia, they did not feel uncomfortable, even though most of the men in their field of vision were topless. They had seen it many times in various competitions in Turis since they were young, so they were already used to it. The group chatted merrily and wittily as they walked around half of the construction site. Eunice suddenly stopped, pointed to the front, and asked, "Who's that?" On the precipitous western side of the god of Heaven Peak, there was a person. He stood there motionless like a statue. Compared to the bustling construction site where everyone was working hard, this man's behavior was too eye-catching. Eunice even showed a look of dissatisfaction. Pleasines hurriedly explained, "His name is Elixin, and he's from Tarentum. He's not a craftsman or labor who participated in the construction of the temple." Tarentum? Eunice was a little puzzled and still questioned. Now that the temple is being built, aren't ordinary people not allowed to enter? Pleasines explained patiently, "Your Highness, he's a candidate who signed up to participate in the design of the statue at the top of the mountain, and he passed the preliminary test. However, he made a request, saying that he has never been to the Hill of the Gods, and that he hopes to visit the mountain to find inspiration so that he can design the perfect statue. At first, we didn't agree to it, but he actually trespassed into the palace and wanted to petition His Majesty, so he was arrested by the guards as a criminal. In the end, when His Majesty heard about it, he actually agreed to his request, so we had no choice but to allow him to enter. He has been here for 2 days, but he didn't wander around. Most of the time, he just stayed there quietly. The biggest difference in the reconstruction of the main temple of Hades this time was that a huge statue of the god of Hades would be erected on the hill in front of the temple. Not only would the people in the city be able to see its majestic figure, even the people, tourists, and pedestrians in this Bari plain, the nearby mountains, ports, and the coast would be able to see its dazzling brilliance, thereby demonstrating the supreme power of the patron saint of the kingdom of Dionia. Devers, the king, and the Senate requested that the statue not only be bigger than the statue of Athens in front of the Parthenon temple, but the artistic design of the statue had to be extraordinary and outstanding. Therefore, under the suggestion of the Devers, the Temple of Hades and the Engraver Guild of the Kingdom of Hades teamed up to organize an unprecedented selection competition. All the engravers and painters in the kingdom were allowed to design the statue at the top of the mountain so that they could choose the best and most perfect work. However, the participants would first have to pass 2 rounds of preliminaries. The judges were all famous architects and painters in the kingdom of Dionia. Therefore, 90% of the participants were eliminated to prevent people from making up the numbers. It was obvious that the person was quite capable to pass the preliminaries. After listening to Pleasena's introduction, Eunice's interest was piqued. She walked straight over to the man and found that he was a young man in his early 20s. He stretched out his arms, squinted his eyes, and let the mountain breeze blow against his loose clothes. He had an intoxicated look on his face. "What are you doing?" Eunice asked curiously. The young man stood there motionlessly as if he hadn't heard what she said. Eunice was a little angry and yelled, "Hey, I'm asking you a question." The young man, called Alexin, slowly turned his head and said with dissatisfaction, "I'm sorry, please don't disturb my thoughts. Also, please go away, you're blocking the sunlight." Eunice had been doted on by her parents since she was a child. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a tone. She immediately frowned and shouted, "Hey, do you know who I am?" Erikson didn't speak, but waved his hand impatiently, signaling her to leave. Eunice was furious. "I am the daughter of the King of Devers. I order you to leave Celestial Hill immediately. Otherwise, I will order the guards to expel you." This time, Alexin looked at Eunice, who was standing in front of him, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I can stand here because of the order of King Divers. I just want to know if His Majesty's order is effective, or do your words count?" Eunice's anger was suppressed by these words. For a moment, she really did not know how to respond. "Sister, we should go home." Avriya's timely shout gave Eunice a way out. Eunice immediately responded, then said with hatred, "You're Erikson, right? I'll remember you. Let's wait and see." Alexin completely ignored her threat. He turned his head and continued to quietly look down the mountain. Eunice stomped her foot hard and turned to leave. After sending Eunice and the others away, one of the men asked uneasily, "Priest Pleasenus, that Tarantum man humiliated our princess. Should we?" Pleasenus shook his head and said, "That was just a farce between young people. Don't worry about him. As a loyal believer of Hades, we should have a broad and kind heart. Otherwise, how can we convince the people? You're right. I was wrong." The priest immediately admitted his mistake. Pleasenus rubbed his forehead and said, "I'll go rest for a while. When Heraclite arrives, the kingdom's minister of construction, immediately inform me. I still have to inspect the progress of the entire project with him." Yes. The Devers ended the day's political affairs early and hurriedly left the palace. He rushed back to the mansion on the mountain and then went to Crystal's bedroom. He asked with concern, "How is it? Are you better today?" Crystal, who was lying on the bed, had not yet spoken. Agnes, who had not been to the temple of Hera in order to take care of her for the past few days, said, "Just now, Herpes came again and treated my sister. He said that her physical condition is much better than before. She should be able to recover in 2 or 3 days." "That's great." The Devers sat on the edge of the bed and stroked Crystal's hand. He said seriously, "The weather is very good these days. I suggest that you let the maids help you walk around the garden and bask in the sun. You'll get better faster." Crystal glanced at him and abruptly pulled her hand back. She then turned around and sighed, "Don't worry about me. I won't recover. Let Persephone take me to Élysée." "Sister, don't talk nonsense." Agnes hurriedly tried to persuade her. The Devers secretly waved his hand to signal her not to worry. He then said, "Clotho is busy with political affairs right now. You're not seriously ill, so I didn't ask him to come back. I can't take it any more." Kristoya sighed again, but he agreed to send Chris back. The Devers' next words made Crystal's lamentation stop. She suddenly turned around and asked, "Really?" The Devers smiled mischievously. "You're better now?" Kristoya hit him and asked anxiously, "Is it true?" "A king does not lie," the Devers said with a smile. "I reckon that our good grandson will be home the day after tomorrow." "That's great." Agnes had a rare look of excitement on her face. "I wonder how tall Chris has grown now." The last time he left, he wasn't even a year old. He didn't even know how to walk before he was taken to Rome. Chapter 1064. Although Kristoya wasn't as excited as Agnes, she had also changed her sickly appearance from before. She propped her upper body up and leaned against the bed, a look of suspicion on her face. "Dido actually agreed." "She's your daughter-in-law. You're sick and you want to see your grandson, so why wouldn't she agree? I just wrote the letter and received a reply 4 days later. It's clear that they care a lot about you." The Devers endorsed Dido. "That's right, sister. Dido is quite understanding." Agnes also chimed in from the side under Diver's secret instructions. Kristoya glanced at the two of them and muttered unhappily, "What do you know?" She then thought of something and immediately asked, "Dido won't go back to Turiae with us, will she?" "She's staying in Rome to keep Clotho company." Kristoya was relieved and placed her hand on her stomach. "I'm hungry. I want to eat something." Agnes smiled in relief. "I'll have Molina make the arrangements." As soon as she walked out of the bedroom, a clear shout came from outside. "Mother, we're back!" Eunice walked into the room with large strides, just in time to see Kristoya lift the blanket and get out of bed. "Ah, Mother, you've recovered from your illness." "It seems like Hades has answered our prayers," Eunice said excitedly. She then raised her palms to the sky and stood in place, silently chanting a few words. Avia, who had entered the room, did the same. Kristoya waited for them to finish thanking Hades before asking, "Did you go to the temple of Hades?" "The hill of gods. Only the temple there is the most efficacious," Eunice emphasized. "Kristoya, look at how filial these two children are. I know that ever since you got sick, Eunice and Avia have been worried about you and haven't gone out to play these past few days." The Devers praised her two daughters greatly. Kristoya was somewhat moved when she heard this. She opened her arms and said, "Mother thanks you, Eunice." Eunice ran over and hugged Kristoya. "Aya, you reckless fellow, can't you be gentler? I'm afraid I'll have to stay in bed for a few more days." Kristoya patted her daughter's back and complained jokingly. Eunice squirmed unwillingly in her arms. "Avia, come here too." Kristoya smiled and patted the bed beside her. "Okay." Avia, who was standing not far away, immediately rushed over and was hugged by Kristonia. The mother and daughter hugged each other. "Daughters are the best," Kristoya said with relief. Then she smiled and said, "In 2 days your nephew will be back." Pyrrhus, Cynthia's son, comes every few days. What's so surprising about that? Eunice said. Idiot, he's your nephew. Christoia hit Eunice's back with a little more force. It's Chris. Eunice's voice rose by an octave. Then she said in surprise, My sister-in-law actually agreed. Christoia immediately gave Devers a look that said, See, all the children think so. Then she said, Your dad said it. How can she not agree? Oh. Eunice nodded and said happily, That's great. When Chris comes, I'll take him to ride start. Christoia immediately patted her again and scolded. You silly girl, think about it. Chris is only 2 years old. Can he ride that Egyptian horse of yours? Mother, Start isn't an Egyptian horse. It's an Arabian horse, Eunice argued. Shut up, Christoia scolded impatiently. Mother of Christoia, I will take good care of Chris. Can I take him to play with Merida, the black cat? Merida is very gentle and never hurts people, Avia asked softly. Of course, Christoia replied with a smile. You're biased. Eunice pouted. The three of them cuddled around the bed for a while. Then Devers asked, Eunice, you too went to the Hill of the Gods today. How's the construction of the main temple? Father, you asked the right question. Lord Plazinus specially brought Avria and me to inspect the construction site. It seems that all the projects are progressing smoothly. All the craftsmen are working very hard. All the outer pillars of the temple have been erected, the outer walls have been repaired halfway, and the sculpture of Hades has also been completed. They are currently pasting the skin on, Eunice said confidently. Devers listened carefully and nodded with satisfaction. Very detailed. It seems like the construction of the main temple is progressing well. The two of you have really inspected it thoroughly. I have to express my gratitude to you. Of course, even though we are women, we are the daughters of the wise and kind king of Dionia. We can also do something for you, Father. Eunice puffed out her chest and boasted. Devers chuckled. Good. I like what you said, daughter. At this moment, Ivy could not help but laugh out loud. It seems like Avia has a different opinion. Devers looked at his daughter with a smile. Facing her father's loving gaze, Avia was a little nervous. She said hurriedly, No, I just remembered how depressed Sister looked on the way back. I couldn't help but want to laugh. Depressed? What happened? Devers found it strange. His eldest daughter had always been energetic, cheerful, and optimistic. Even when she was often scolded by Christoia, she rarely looked depressed. Avia, don't say it, Eunice said hurriedly and even threatened her. Good girl, ignore her. Tell us quickly. Christoia was also interested. She hugged Eunice with both hands and stopped her from getting close to Avia. Avria glanced timidly at Eunice, who was baring her teeth at her. She quickly recounted what had happened to her. Oh, there's actually a young man so bold as to criticize our Eunice right to her face. Devers looked surprised. He stroked his beard, but his interest was far greater than his anger. This was the first time Eunice had been scolded by an outsider since she was young, and she did not dare to talk back. This was better than the young men in Turin. Christoia was even more thoughtful. Eunice was already 17 years old. It was time for her to get married. There were many matchmakers, but Eunice had not taken a fancy to any of them. Christoia had been with Devers for so many years, and under his influence, she had gradually come to agree with his idea. Let the children choose their own partners. That way, their marriages would be happy. Of course, Clodo Catax definitely could not. As the heir to the throne, his marriage was destined to involve many political factors. Although Christoia did not like Dido, she had to admit that their marriage would make Clodo Catax's position more stable. It was also because of this that she didn't care that her 2 children had to marry high-ranking officials and nobles. However, Eunice was too strong-willed, and because of her prominent background, Christoia was more worried about her future marriage. So when she suddenly heard that such a different young man had appeared, It was like a drowning person suddenly seeing a life-saving straw. Regardless of his background, she had to grab hold of him first. "Your Majesty, send someone to investigate this young man's background first." Kristoya winked at Devers. "Father, what's the point of investigating? Such an unreasonable person should be immediately banished from Turin. He's not allowed to participate in the competition for the design of the giant statue." Eunice said angrily. Ah, yes, yes." Devers replied repeatedly, but did not clearly indicate whether he agreed or disagreed. The family chatted happily for a while. Melina came in and said, "Your Majesty, dinner is ready." Sitting in the dining room, Devers realized that there were still 2 empty seats. He quickly asked, "Are Abelis and Bryant's not back yet?" Melina, the housekeeper who was standing at the side, quickly said, "His Highness Abelis sent someone back to say that there is an ongoing research project in the School of Mathematics today. He's having dinner in the School of Mathematics. His Highness Bryant's is still participating in rugby training. He'll be back later." Devers looked at the slightly sparse dining table and was a little stunned. In the blink of an eye, the children were all grown up and had their own things to do. It would be difficult to see the scene of the family gathering together and having a lively meal. Devers sighed softly in his heart and said, "Let's eat." After dinner, Melina entered the dining room again. "Your Majesty, Aristyra's requests to see you." Oh. Devers knew that Aristyra's was a tactful person. If there was nothing urgent, he would not disturb him at this time. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "Let him wait in the study. I'll be there in a while. Eunice, I'll give you a task. Take care of your mother. She's so clumsy. What can she do? I'm fine now. I don't need her to take care of me," Kristoya said. "Mother, am I still your daughter? You're always making fun of me," Eunice shouted. There was laughter in the dining room. Devers came to the study and saw his court herald still standing in front of the desk. He looked as calm as ever. It was impossible to tell from his face the importance of the matter he was about to report. After greeting him, Devers first gestured for him to sit down. Then he asked, "What's so important that you come at this time?" "Regarding this matter, our intelligence agents in Turin have already noticed it and carried out special surveillance. Today, we received a secret report from a slave in the slave camp. We can finally confirm that Your Majesty, at the opening ceremony of the Hellenic Scholar Conference in 10 days, someone is planning to assassinate you."